portal? What is Power Apps portal? Or possible, awesome, and powerful Power Apps portal. And now it's our third year of learning, third year of fun, and still, if you can remember URL, you need to unlearn some concepts because some of those features are already deprecated. Relearn because there are some features that you really need to remember and instill in your minds. And then learn. There will be new things, new updates from our speakers and from the different sessions. And I've seen that we have first timers, and welcome, welcome. And even if you're not first timers, everyone is welcome here in our GPPB, PH, and Delhi. All right. So again, this is just a free event wherein you can learn more about Power Platform. Okay. So now the next question is, what is Power Platform? What is Microsoft's Power Platform? Although I will not dig deeper about the details, I will just show you some of the colorful icons. Okay. So what do you see on the picture? Like, I want to get an understanding from our audience. Like, every one of us has a different perspective. So you can chat, you can put a message on what you can see. If you are going to interpret this image, aside from the label that it's our business applications ecosystem, what else can you see on this image? All right, so I'll give you time, 5 seconds, 5 seconds to answer. Feel free to type in what do you see on this image. Sorry, let me go back. Okay, hold on, let me check the chat. Infinity, the Microsoft Cinematic Universe. Yes, I love it. Thank you, John. And we have from Vivek, infinite possibilities. We have Meta, we have Loop. Yes, yes, you are all correct. So, forever, yes, Meta. Okay, so there's a lot into it. Full stack. When you check or when you look at this image, number one, it's really infinity. Or I really love this symbol because I had this image, I think, two years ago. So it's infinity before the Meta. And now Meta has this symbol as well. Infinity because I look at business applications. Yes, you are correct. Infinite possibilities, unlimited opportunities. That's why we're here. We would like to share all the learnings for you to grab a hold of those unlimited opportunities in store for us as community members or simple citizen or an individual. Okay, so you can also see how colorful the icons are because once you have these applications or solutions, it will make your life better. It will make your life easier. It will also make your life happy. Okay, so when I thought about it, why did Microsoft or Dynamics or Power Platform change its color and then the icons? I've seen like there's something more into it. Okay, so in the future, in our next sessions, you'll be able to see and understand what these applications can do, what these applications can offer, the opportunities, and what these applications can make our lives better, and how it will empower us as persons and organizations. At the end of the day, it's just Microsoft's mission. All right. I know you've seen on the other slide, it's just the Microsoft Cloud. So the topics or the sessions moving forward, it encompasses this Microsoft Cloud. So we have our Microsoft 365, Microsoft Dynamics 365, Microsoft Power Platform, and Microsoft Azure. Okay. Powerful alone, but better together. Okay, so I'll give the speakers on their on the different sessions for our GPPB day 1 and day 2. Okay, so these are our different sessions. So as you can see here, how you will discover the value of Power Platform beyond your Office or Microsoft 365. We'll also have a quick workshop, like you'll be able to create an app in an hour, a bot in an hour, and then you can see some Azure DevOps, Power Automate, Power Apps, Power BI from level 100 or basic up until to the next level. So just sit back and relax and just enjoy our GPPB event. So one challenge for everyone is for each of you to dare digital, adaptable, resilient, empower. Dare to dream, dare to believe, dare to stand, and dare to make a difference. Remember, it's one GPPB, one Microsoft, and one team. All right. So here, before anything else, we'll have a virtual raffle. We will be having our mechanics later on. But these are some of the Microsoft goodies. So a tumbler, a jacket. That's what I'm wearing, a polo shirt, and a Microsoft backpack. So get more tickets for you to have more chances of winning because we have a lot of goodies to be shared or to be shared to our attendees for today. Okay. So again, before I end my keynote, I would like to thank our event sponsors for making this event possible. Of course, number one is Microsoft. Then we have our Delhi user group. We have our D365PH community, Power BIPH community, our Global Power Platform Bootcamp, and of course, our Rotary Club of BF Homes Parañaque for making this event possible. Well, thank you so much, everyone, and have a powerful afternoon, powerful day, powerful evening.
Thank you so much, Doher, for this wonderful keynote. Now, I would like to request Prince to go ahead with the sessions.
Next. Okay. Okay. So I'll take it over from here. So, guys, I'll be moderating the sessions going forward for today, and wherever someone else will be coming, we'll be letting you know. So now I think now our next session would be, just give me a second first. Let me share the screen. Give me a second. Just a minute. Okay. So our next speaker is actually not with us, but she got something urgent to do. So, but she has already shared her video. So we'll be playing her video. Oh, and before that, I just give me a second. Let me introduce her. 1 second. Yeah, just give me a second. Yeah. So I'll make it full screen. Guys, let me know if you are able to see my screen. Can?
Yes, it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So guys, so she's Nisa. So she's from Microsoft. She's gonna she has sent a video describing the where she's trying to show us sharing her knowledge from a discover the value of Power Platform beyond Office 365. So she's going beyond the standard Office 365 to make it a much more from a Power Platform. So I'm gonna start the video. I know it was 7 p.m., but if Doha is finished with it, we can start because this is a video, and then we can take a small break before our next session. So I'll start now. Please.
Brains.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the video on. Just give me a second. I just stop the sharing because I'm getting the video on. Can you guys see my screen now?
Yes.
So I'm starting the video. I turned this off as mute. Can you?
So, as we all know, the current implications of COVID-19 in all industries are profound, and the long-term impact on the economy is quite unclear. However, one thing is for sure. A lot of key executives should be asking
Is it double
questions
running?
like their app development backlog, how to automate paper-based and
Yes,
manual
Prince, you can go on
processes,
mute now.
and how to upskill their technical resources. And everyone across different industries are seeing the importance of these questions. All industries are accelerating their automation initiatives in response to COVID-19. 83% of institutions, for example, are actually in the forefront of automation, while 17% lag in the opportunities due to automation. This just goes to show that if you are not automating right now, you're actually falling behind. And with this influx of demand of apps and services, over the next 5 years, we found, based from our research, that more than 500 million digital apps and services will be developed and deployed. Demand for business apps is greater than ever, growing 5 times faster than IT departments can deliver. So it's no wonder why that 86% of organizations struggle to find technical talent. And to solve this issue, what we have in Microsoft is the Power Platform. So what is the Power Platform? It's basically composed of these 4 components: Powerapps for application development, Power BI for business analytics, Power Virtual Agents to build intelligent low-code chatbots, and Power Automate, which connects everything together. But let's go a bit deeper into that. So with Microsoft Power Apps, anyone can quickly build and share low-code applications. Citizen developers can leverage the pre-built templates and the simple drag and drop interface. Meanwhile, pro developers provide the next layer of advancements to secure, monitor, and govern the apps created in your organization's tenant. Next up, we have Power BI, which is our business analytics tool. It can share insights through data visualizations, which make up reports and dashboards to enable fast, informed decisions. Then we have Power Virtual Agents, which helps citizen developers create powerful bots using a guided no-code graphical interface. You can actually see how it looks like here on the side. Last but not least, we actually have Power Automate here, which connects everything together. Power Automate allows you to streamline repetitive tasks and paperless processes and turn outdated into automated. And they talk to one another, which makes it so great. So what do I mean by that? So for example, you can think about calling a Power Automate to send an email once a Power BI data alert is triggered. You can also send an email using Power Automate once a project has been requested in the Power App. You can also use Power Virtual Agents to call a Power Automate flow. Flows can help you automate activities or call back-end systems such as searching for the status of a customer order or booking an appointment in PPA. Let's go one step deeper here for Power Automate. There are actually 4 main technologies to consider. So the first one, let's go into Robotic Process Automation, or RPA. RPA helps automate legacy software by mimicking the repetitive tasks you might be doing every day on your desktop. So essentially, RPA systems accomplish these actions by using bots to watch users perform their daily tasks. And then the bots repeat those said tasks directly in the GUI. So this is how the Power Automate RPA actually works. So you have a desktop recorder and you have a legacy system. And then in that legacy system, as you can see, the bot can see which things you click. So in this case, we have Contoso invoicing here. And you can input different data points, which the desktop recorder actually can see. After that, you can actually save the process and recording for later use. The other part of automation within Power Automate is digital process automation, or what we call DPA for short. DPA is an API-based automation that empowers citizen developers to easily streamline and optimize your systems, build business process flows, and ensure automation for your manual processes. So this is actually DPA, or Cloud Flows in the Works. So as you can see, let's start here from the beginning. You can set triggers like when an email arrives and apply conditions, such as you can use the attachment and grab that and make AI Builder be able to predict outcomes, put that in teams, and have some conditions after that. Next is business process management, which is another capability within Power Automate. So with business process management, you can create a business process from scratch. So just to align, a business process is actually a series of repeatable tasks that's done in sequence to achieve a routine objective. So with the ability to create business processes, you can ensure data consistency, guide users to arrive at similar outcomes, and also streamline and tailor the user experience of typical processes. So business process management capabilities are actually what you see here. This is our business process management step-by-step and how it works. So first, for example, you can have stages in a business process flow. You can pin stage flyout to the side pane. You have step-by-step guidance in terms of the active stages, and then advance the next stage in the prospect looking next stage. So this is the UI of a business process flow. And most recently, we introduced Process Advisor, which actually helps you analyze and understand how people in your organization are spending time on manual tasks every day to better understand where automation can help. Process Advisor helps you identify repetitive tasks and bottlenecks in workflows that are important to you. So with Process Advisor, you can optimize how you work by taking out the guesswork, and actually it will even help you understand which processes to automate. So if you remember previously, we actually saved the recording of our desktop And now I'll show you the analytics from the Process Advisor and how it looks like. So this is actually how the end case of recording a desktop flow looks like. So you'll be able to see how many seconds it took the bot to actually do the said task. And have deep analytics in terms of the end-to-end process of whatever you're trying to automate. Now that we have discussed all the 4 technologies, I want to highlight the 3 features in the bottom that makes our platform such a great tool on top of the capabilities I just mentioned. So firstly, there's the pre-built data connectors. So there are around 500 plus connectors that make it easy for application builders to connect to both Microsoft and third-party services, things such as your Dropbox, your SAP, your Salesforce, your Zendesk, among others. The connectors allow Powerapps and Power Automate flows to easily use API services without any developer knowledge. You can also build custom connectors if, let's say, those APIs are not available or the connectors are not available in our 500 plus connectors, and you may also connect to your on-premise data systems. And then we have AI Builder, which is our low-code, no-code capability that provides you a way to infuse AI to your apps and your flows. This enables makers to automate tasks and predict outcomes without having to involve data scientists. Now, these are our built-in AI Builder capabilities, which you can actually just use right away. You're able to use AI Builder pre-built models without having to gather data and then build, train, and publish your own models. So basically, what happens here are different capabilities from document to language detection to sentiment analysis to object detection and prediction of outcomes. So I wanted to show you kind of an example that you can leverage with the AI Builder Invoice Processing Starter Kit. So this is a ready-made solution package actually that provides a reference implementation to help automate invoice processing. So the invoice processing pre-built AI model is able to extract key invoice data to help you automate the processing of invoices. So the invoice processing model is optimized to recognize common invoice elements like your invoice ID, invoice date, amount due, and more, depending on your needs. So you can leverage this now. So what happens is once I sent that email over here, so I sent that email to myself, and once that happens, I actually can use Powerapps as a place where I can track all of the documentation. And the Powerapps will actually be able to detect already what's in the invoice. So you can see that over here. And that is a very powerful capability. We see a lot of customers actually use this and deploy this within their organization straight off the bat. And all of the Power Platform has Dataverse as its storage base. Although it's not just a storage container, it also provides a lot of security, ensuring that the right people can see the right data and auditing all access along the way. Underneath that is the logic layer, where you can implement consistent custom business logic across all applications accessing your data. And finally, no deployment of Dataverse lives alone. It must be always integrated with other systems, so we provide many ways to integrate to Dataverse. And what is our key differentiator among our competitors? Dataverse and the Power Platform is built on top of Azure, so it relies on the security that Azure provides. This is why it can easily connect to Microsoft first-party apps such as your Teams, Outlook, Dynamics, and much more. With such a seamless integration, the Power Platform is hassle-free for IT and users. And what we actually see traditionally is on the right side. There are just so many systems that take time to learn and create. And as a result, IT has a difficult time managing security and proper governance. And so experts are needed to come in and kind of manage the infrastructure issues that they'll face. But with Microsoft, we ensure a seamless integration across our technology and others' technology. And of course, low-code is only part of the Power Apps and Power Platform story. We provide an ability to be able to integrate with professional developer tools like Azure and Visual Studio. And now that we know about the Power Platform, what can be our long-term strategy that your organization can use right now? So there are multiple challenges that people face. I think when it comes to challenges, when it comes to the licensing portion, usually people leverage the Power Platform with their team's licenses, which comes with a free license actually, or the not premium version of the Power Platform, which doesn't utilize the full suite. And usually what happens is that they face challenges seen on the screen, things such as not being able to access premium connectors, throttling limitations due to SharePoint as a database storage container, limited environment, so they wouldn't have a proper application lifecycle management. So with these, actually, the premium licenses can be able to address. For a long-term strategy for building apps, what we recommend is really the full suite of the Power Platform, wherein you may have access to the features or capabilities inside the blue boxes listed here in the slide. So under user experiences, we have Power Apps portals and model-driven apps access. You also have mixed reality experience that you can integrate tenant-level analytics and also deep analytics. Under process automation, you can leverage RPA, AI Builder, and business process management. For data and services, you have the flexibility to connect to premium connectors, on-premise systems, by the on-premise data gateway, which allows you to connect to any legacy data source in your organization without the need to migrate it to the cloud. And lastly, we've already talked about Dataverse and the power that the security policies that it has can provide. On top of all these, we can also leverage out-of-the-box governance and security capabilities. So now let's talk about admin and governance in the Power Platform, right? So since business users are closest to the problem in the organization, they usually know which apps or flows are best to use or build. But it is equally important for IT to monitor, control, and support citizen developers so that no hacks, frauds, or data leakages will occur. So let's spend a few minutes here discussing how Power Platform supports IT with those specific needs. Alright, so there are three main pieces for governance capabilities that IT users can leverage in the Power Platform: secure, monitor, and manage. Then below, once everything is set, IT can also then start to create their own center of excellence to implement best practices and educate new app makers. So we have 5 layers of security actually within the Power Platform. So the highest level is the tenant level. So like discussed earlier, you actually have Azure AD as the back end to support access to the apps and flows. Then with environments, you can create, separate, and share your enterprise apps, flows, bots, and data as self-contained workspaces by managing multiple environments. Then underneath that, you have resource level permissions wherein you can assign a specific access to who can use or create apps and flows. And we talked about Dataverse already, so I won't touch base on that. And lastly, we have cross-tenant on the side, where organizations can specify the list of tenants that their users are permitted to be able to access. Now, from a monitoring standpoint, when IT leaders need to have a robust analytics to inform decision-making, Power Platform has you covered through a rich set of reports that ensure investments in applications and experiences. So we are able to provide you visibility over what is happening in your tenant, in your Dataverse database, and down to each app or flow. So you can be able to visualize tenant-wide activity from out-of-the-box reports for Power Platform admins. You can see the number of active users, trends, top active users, for example, and you're also able to spot errors which end users can see. So then you can track the best and least performing apps or flows in the environment and monitor how much and where apps are being used. And lastly, we have the managing piece. In here, you can automate policy management and leverage PowerShell to automate your tasks. So this is very important to the integration to Azure DevOps when it comes to your environment strategy when you build multiple environments such as your dev, test, and production environments. In this, you can be able to automate the transfer of solutions from one place to the other. You can automate everything from importing and exporting and manage solutions, unpacking solutions, to doing checks to ensure that everything is in place to the final release of the app or flow. And with PowerShell commandlets, this helps you place full control in the hands of admins to automate the governance policies necessary. And the management connectors provide the same level of control, but with added extensibility and ease of use by leveraging Powerapps and flows. And last but not least, we have the nurture and educate piece. So this is when you can go in a bit deeper on analytics and build a governance community with the Center of Excellence toolkit. This toolkit provides out-of-the-box built-in guardrails to enforce and audit policies seamlessly, promoting standards, consistency, and governance across teams and applications. So you can actually download this out-of-the-box solution in the link that you see on the screen. Okay, now let me end off with an amazing customer story. So truly, the capabilities of Power Platform enables both citizen and pro developers to build apps and deploy automation capabilities faster than ever before in the most trusted cloud. Today, we see more than 500,000 organizations from various industries all over the world leverage the Power Platform on a monthly basis. One of those users is actually Ecolab. They're headquartered in Minnesota, and so Ecolab is actually an organization that has been providing water, hygiene, and infection prevention solutions around the globe since 1923. Servicing almost 3 million customers across over 170 different countries, Ecolab's mission is to make the world cleaner, safer, and healthier. So what they found is that successful sales and service reps spend their days gathering, consuming, analyzing, and acting upon information. So they need to know everything about their customer sites, orders in flight, their own sales performance, and their sales targets, opportunities for follow-up, and a lot more. So the sheer amount of information required is really staggering, and in many cases, gathering these details may require launching multiple websites or apps, each with its own user experience and set of instructions. So it was a very complex situation. So the leaders asked themselves, how can they stay productive? Since the sales reps at Ecolab were spending more than 50% of their time on non-client facing administrative activities, what that meant is that over half of their time was being spent not providing value to the customer, not engaging with potential leads, and instead trawling through internally held data, incurring huge opportunity costs. And they realized the following challenges. For example, they realized they needed to have multiple steps to complete day-to-day work. They needed to tap onto many apps. Everything was quite manual in terms of processes. So there was a suboptimal user experience. Everything was decentralized, and there was a lack of consistency. And there was an inability to work offline, given that they would have to go to different sites, for example. And they needed an app that was able to consolidate all of the tasks and apps that they have, and also be able to be used even if there's no Wi-Fi. So this is the hub that they created. Below is a summary of here is a summary of some of the many features incorporated in the application. So they had notifications, which allowed users to start their day by checking up on anything they may need to act on. Then there's the key performance indicators, which their sales reps can just rely on. It actually has Power BI integrated into it. In terms of the accounts, sales and service reps can actually view and filter a list of accounts. to be able to edit and maintain opportunities related to each account. There's also order tracking, safety, health and environment, sales pipeline, scheduling, and alarms. So there's a lot of apps here. This is how it looks like in your mobile and in the desktop. And like I said, I integrated actually Power BI within it, but also Dynamics 365 field services. So this is the integration that Power Platform actually has. And this is just kind of the solution architecture that they had, so I just won't really brush upon this, but they use Microsoft Dataverse as the backend storage, which is a very powerful tool, gave them a lot of flexibility as well. So the effect of the time savings for field representatives because of using the app has been huge. It has transformed the way they spend their days. It freed a lot of their time as well. Ecolab is also seeing benefits in their customer relations as well as the raw numbers of hours saved. The number of at-risk customers has been decreased, and in their food and beverage division, the app actually enabled 18% improvement on meeting customer commitments. Additionally, while most of the work has been about increasing productivity and user experience, the hub has also managed to directly impact revenue by enabling a tracking system for analytical samples sent in by Ecolab's customers. And previously, this was a paper process of capturing physical water samples, sending them to the lab, posting the results to the customer, and it couldn't really be tracked. But today, Ecolab is using a barcoded scanner capability within the Hub Powerapps application that they made to track the analytical samples. Ecolab predicts a 3.5 to 5 million US dollar lift in revenue next year for this tracking service in North America region alone, and is planning to expand this globally. So that is the story of Ecolab, and now I just wanted to leave you off with some resources that you can utilize to get started. Thanks for listening.
Hey guys, I think that was a very nice of Nica to send us the whole explanation, and I think she explained us very well that beyond how to use is Power Platform is not just about Office 365. It's much more to it, and there's a whole world to explore. So, guys, please, for our sake, for improvement sake, just fill the feedback form that has been posted within the messages, have been posted on the LinkedIn. Just ensure that you guys are filling it. So we will take 2 minutes break, and then we will have Kayte to explain app in a day. So guys, just tune in to have a coffee break, have a water break, and then we will be back with in another 5 minutes with Kayte to start with.
Yes, thanks, Prince, for this moderation. And meantime, during the break, I have something for the audience to share with. Like during last couple of months, what are the new improvements that has been done on the Power Platform? Which are the new thing comes up? So let me just talk few words on that part. So first, I would like to introduce one of the most important feature for as any Power Apps developer we are facing, that GitHub integration. That is something which has been announced in few days ago. And if you guys wanted to know more about how to do GitHub integration and all, so basically there are many content available on the internet, and on the same channel on I have created couple of YouTube video as well, which you can check for your reference, and you can simply integrate your Power Apps with GitHub, because this is most important feature, because everyone, like if you are working with a very large organization, then this video will definitely helpful to you, which is Azure DevOps integration and GitHub integration. So whatever your organization is referring right now, you can go ahead with any of the GitHub integration. So just check it out. So that is one important announcement. Second important thing I wanted to introduce over here is Lob and AI Builder integration. So Lob and AI Builder, as we seen the demo from Lisa earlier. So basically, we have lots of improvement in AI Builder, and now we can create our own custom model using Lob. So Lob is something which is a desktop application using which you can easily train your model. After that, you can publish it to Power Platform, and you can simply create apps on top of that model. So if you wanted to know more about that thing as well, here is a complete learning package available for you. So that's it for this break. We will continue with this kind of learning in our upcoming breaks. And meantime, if you have any question for us, any feedback for us, feel free to share with us. Or if you wanted to ask us anything, just unmute yourself and ask to us.
Okay, now I think let's get back. Hi, Kate. Kate, can you unmute yourself?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Kate. Very good evening. Kate, if you can just explain, I know you are gonna do an app in a day. 1 hour might be very short for app in a day, but let's hope everyone can get a hang of it and can start looking at it and start exploring it. So Kate, if you can just have a brief, if you can you put your camera on? Kate, if you can get your camera on.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Hey Kate, yeah.
Hi.
So hi. So Kate, if you can, if possible, if you can give us just a brief introduction about what is going to happen, and then we can, the floor is all yours to start across. We just want to give a brief introduction what you are, what you're from, and all that stuff, so that people can get hang of it. Speaker, there is just a request. If possible, can you keep posting your LinkedIn handles or Twitter handles so that people can, in case they have more questions who are not able to ask it now, they can ask later on. So if it's possible, if you guys can put it across on your camera, then put your Twitter handle or Twitter handle, that would be very nice. Thank you.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone. So, I'll just o- I'll just open my camera first, but later on I will turn it off so it didn't affect the bandwidth of my internet. So first, I just want to share my screen.
Keep it up.
Can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
So this session entitled App in an Hour using Canvas app. So originally, it is in App in a Day, but I just picked a topic to discuss. That's why it became App in an Hour. So on this session, we will learn how to create custom business application that can run on mobile devices without writing code and share them inside your organization securely. But before that, let me introduce myself. So my name is Kayte Arabit and I am fresh graduate from Informatics College, Manila. Took up Bachelor of Science in Information Technology. I am an amateur on this field, but I spent my internship under the Biz of PH wherein I learned a lot on how huge and amazing the Power Platform. And now, I am currently working at Dynamics 365 PH. And the agenda for this session is to have an overview on what is Power Apps and discuss what is Canvas app all about and provide an actual laboratory in creating a basic Canvas app. So, what comes first to your mind when you hear the phrase Power Apps? Some of you may be familiar with what it is, while others may not. So, let me introduce to you what is Power Apps all about. Power Apps is a business solution that will allow to create a business application. And using Power Apps, you can create three types of apps. First is Canvas, second is model-driven, and the last is Portal. We are only focusing on Canvas app, but to give you an idea, I will discuss briefly the model-driven app and the Portal. So first, Canvas app provide the user with a blank canvas on which they can design a user interface using drag and drop components. Once they are satisfied with their design, the user can connect it to one or more data sources to complete its development. While model-driven apps build from data in the Dataverse, users start by choosing which data they want to use. And based on that data, Powerapps will generate a design template for the user. So with the model-driven app, there is no need to worry about choosing the app size because it is responsive, meaning it works on mobile or tablet with no extra work by you. And lastly, Portal bring the power of no-code solution to building externally facing websites. Through the Powerapps interface, you can build an anonymous or authenticated website that allows user to interact with data that held in Dataverse. Now that you're familiar with these three types of apps, let's learn more about the Canvas app. Canvas app are great option when you want to build from a blank canvas. You have an option on what screen size you want to use. Is it tablet or mobile? Then you have a blank screen from which to build, wherein you can create your own user interface. So, Canvas app is easy to design because it has drag and drop various control. And Canvas app called also as VCV. What does mean? What you see is what you get, since it showed what apps will look like as the developer is creating them. This means that the developer can move text, images, icons, layout, and more around the screen that they are working on to make it appear exactly on how they want before publishing the app. So, Canvas app is also a code-friendly because you can create an app with no code, low code, and pro code. Canvas app provides you complete flexibility when you're building your apps. And of course, you can interact with data in your apps by adding data sources. The user can pull over 320 data sources in order to create their apps efficiently. So after hearing about several features of Canvas, you might be wondering what it looks like. So I've included a photo of the Canvas studio layout to give you an idea. Is the platform familiar? It is like a PowerPoint interface. So let me introduce to you. The number one, we have the left navigation pane. It shows all the screen that we created. For example, we created 1 to 3 screen and it will appear here. Then we have the data sources. We have also media. This is the media, wherein you can upload images, videos, and audios. And last, we have the advanced setting. This is the advanced setting, wherein you can monitor and test the application. So for the number 2, we have the middle pane. This is the middle pane. This contains the app screen that you are working on. And for the number 3, we have here the right hand pane. So with this, you can configure here the properties of controls, bind the data, create rules, and set additional advanced settings. And for the number 4, we have here property. This property is a drop-down list wherein you can select the property for the selected control that you wanted to configure. And for the number 5, we have here the formula bar, wherein you can add formulas like in Excel that define the behavior of a selected control. And we have here also the environment, the number 6. This is the environment. So basically, it is a specific area where we store our application. We can create different environment and this allow us to have a provision on the application that we create or that we will create. So what is the main essence of this environment? This is for the security of data. All the information will not mix up to other data. And lastly, we have here the additional item. This is the additional item. Here you will find your name of the application. We have here also the app checker. The purpose of this is to provide a clear list of formulas issues in our apps. And we have here the preview app wherein you can play your application. Now, that you have that you know what a Canvas app is, so let's make a basic application using it. So the app that we will create is a device ordering app. So this is a hands-on laboratory, and those two images you have seen on your screen is the result that we wanted to achieve. So for those who want to participate in the development of the app, we have set up a training account for you. Later on, I will share the account username and the password. And for those who cannot, it's okay. You can look at my screen to see the step-by-step procedure. Okay, so on the actual lab, you will learn how to sign in and create new canvas, and connect to data sources, filter data, work with multiple screen and navigation, and customize the user's experience, the galleries, and the control. So these are the objectives of our hands-on laboratory. But before we proceed on developing the app, I'll show you the data source that we're gonna use. So this is the data source we're gonna use. So this is from Excel file. This is a table wherein it contains the manufacturer ID, title, logo, HQ, and store. So I'll send it here on the chat just for a while. I'll send the Excel file. Why? So just wait for a moment. I'll be sending it. Okay, upload.
Hello.
Hello. I'm uploading the Excel file. Can't wait. Just for a while.
Go ahead, Kayte.
No. Just Alright, so Miss Drizzle will upload the file on the chat. Okay, thank you, Miss Drizzle. Okay, so as I've said earlier, for those who want to participate in the development of the app, we have set up a training account for you. This is the account access. Trainee1 at Naga, training on Microsoft.com. So the password is welcome 2022. You only see trainee 1 to 10 on your screen, but we created up to 25 accounts. So you can use trainee 11, 12, 13, up to trainee 25. So it's the same format, you just have to change the number. So you can choose now what account you're going to use. But again, for those who cannot join us in the development of the app, it's okay. Don't worry. You can look at my screen to see the step-by-step procedure. Okay, now so let's proceed on the hands-on laboratory. Okay, so let me share my screen first. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
So the first thing that we need to do is to sign in to PowerApp Web Studio. Okay, so first open your web browser, then go to make. No. Uh, just clear the cache before doing the development because it helps to increase the loading time of web pages and increases the performance of your computer. So just click the three dots here, then more tools, then clear browsing data, then clear data. Right? So now that is the time that we need to go to make that powerapps.com. Okay, just wait for a moment. We need to authenticate this state. So the next step is to sign in using your trainee account that I'll show you a while ago. So first, all right, and just wait. I just sign in the wrong account. Just wait a minute. Okay.
Hi, Kate.
Yes.
Kate, okay, you there? Okay. We thought we lost you.
All right. Just let me share again my screen. So you can go to portal.office. If make that powerapps.com will so just account. Next, sign in. Just wait for a moment and go to just navigate here, click this, navigate here. Okay, the app launcher. Then see all apps. Then look for the power apps. There you go. Oh, it's logged. There you go. So, let's change the environment before creating an app. Oh, so we're going to use the test environment. Just uh, click this environment, and then choose test. Okay, so again, why do we need to change the environment? The reason why is for the security of data. Just close. Then, after changing the environment, now is the time to create an application. So, just click create, then blank app. So, as you can see, these are three types of apps that we tackled a few minutes ago. This is the Canvas app, model-driven app, and the portal. Now, we're going to create a Canvas app. Just click the create button under the canvas. And then put a application name. Just device. App. Then you have to option what format that are you going to use. So for now, we're going to use the tablet. Then click the create. Just skip the welcome prompt. Then now, the first step that we need to do is to rename our screen. It is a good practice that to rename the screen and control for us not to be confused. So just rename this as a main screen. Main screen. Okay, so after renaming, the next step will be create a header. So just with the main screen, just click on the insert button, then drag the text label to the main screen. So click the three view, then rename again and rename these to their label. So that's it. Now, let's resize the label by either dragging the corners of the label or adjusting the size in the right place. Here, you can make it 1000. But for me, I just want to drag it here. So adjust the height and the width so it make a reasonable size for the header. Then set the text property to device ordering app. Device. There you go. So the next step will be arrange the text alignment here at the right pane. Make it center. Then change the font size to 24. From 13, make it 24. And then select the fill from the Home tab. This is the fill. Change it to blue. Then change the color of the font to white. And yeah, we have a header. But this time, I want to display the username label. So just click the insert icon and then drag the text label. Then again, go back here and then rename it as user label. So just arrange it here. Arrange the height and the width. Just arrange the height and the width. Then the text alignment to right. Then set the padding to right. From 5, make it 20. Then set the text property to hello and user. That full name. Yeah. So the reason why I use this end, this is a string concatenation. So this end is makes multiple string appear continuously. So I use this to appear the name of the user on the header. So as you can see, my name appear here. Okay. So let's change the font color to white. There you go. Then change the font size to 15. All right. So, let's save this application. We're not yet done, but we need to save this. So, to save this, just click File, then Save. Then go back again. Then we're done on the header. But before I forgot, just combine these two. Just click Control on your keyboard, the user label. Oh, I forgot. You need to rename this. No. I'm wrong, sorry. Make it header label. So this is the header label, this. Make this header label. Header label. And this one is rename it as user label. There you go. Just arrange the height. Then combine these two. Just click the control on your keyboard. Click the user label and the header. Then just click the 3 dots. Then group. Then rename this as header. Alright, so we're done on the header. Let's move forward to adding of gallery because I wanted to show the gallery of the device. So first is click the insert tab, and then select gallery, then choose horizontal. Then connect it to our data source, which is Excel. Select connectors. Then select See All Connectors and choose Import from Excel. So in the File Open dialog, browse to the location where you download the Excel file. So just then select, then open. Oh, just wait for a while. Then open, connect. Yep. Then select both devices and manufacturers and click the connect button. There you go. Then resize the position of the gallery by just dragging the corner. So let me put this here. Then select the whole gallery, then click the the pencil icon, and using the drag control, resize the first box to be narrower. Okay, again, click the whole gallery, then select it. So you'll notice that all the item gets narrower and more devices are visible on the screen. Okay, so you'll notice also that it has an automatic scrolling capabilities. This. So change this device name, change this gallery to device gallery. I just want to rename device. Yep, then there you go. And change the device name, this, the title one, and set the property to this item dot title. So this is text, this item dot. Then change this one to its price. So change this text, this item dot price. So, so to add the currency sign, just put on the text property that text item that price $sign hashtag. There you go. So you will notice that your currency came out not $sign or peso sign because the currency set on the back end of my account is euro. So let's just utilize that for now. So the next step will be add the manufacturer gallery. So same drill, select the insert tab, insert, then select gallery. This time I want to add the vertical. Then connect it to data source, which is manufacturers. Then rename this to manufacturer gallery. Manufacturer gallery. Manufacturer. Then move this new gallery so that it is left aligned with the left edge of the screen. Adjust the width by just dragging. Then change the layout properties here. Then choose two column and change the wrap from 2 to 1. So this will change to single column gallery. Then select the image. To reduce the height, just click the pencil icon and drag it over. Wait a minute. So there you go. Now I wanted to change this picture to logo. So just select the image. Then change this item HQ to. There you go. Okay. Then select the image again. Then set the image position to fit. Just want to adjust it. So this time, I want to highlight the selected item in the gallery. So we're going to change the template fill property. Just click the manufacturer gallery and then set the properties of template fill. Just click this, then find the template fill, then set the formula to is selected. That is selected. Color fade. Header. Their label. And that fill 75% There you go. So this approach is recommended so that the fill color matches to the header label with a 75% fade. So if you just wait, it's not fade. So just add it here. Yep. So there you go. So you'll notice if I click the Lenovo, it has 75% uh, 75% fade color of the header. Now, I wanted to filter the data based on the selected manufacturer's gallery so that if I click the ASUS logo, if I click this, the ASUS laptop will appear here. So, filter the data. First, select the entire device gallery and then set the property item to filter, filter devices, comma, manufacturers, manufacturer ID is equal to my manufacturer's gallery. There, manufacturer's gallery. Then that's selected. That manufacturer ID. Parentheses. So there you go. Then just click the HP. All the HP devices will appear here. Now, let's add a checkbox to add a device to compare list. Okay, so select the device gallery and click the pencil icon. So make sure that the only first item in the gallery is selected. Then, let's add the checkbox by clicking the insert, then insert tab, then input, then checkbox. Remove the insert checkbox below the price. Then, change the checkbox text to compare. There you go. Now, let's create a collection. So for the selected devices, so that when a user select a device to compare, we will add it to collection called compare list. Okay. Select the checkbox again. So and click on the action tab. Then click on check and set the value in the formula bar. Collect, compare list. Then set on uncheck value to remove compare list this item. Check and remove compare list this item. So there you go. Then set the default property to this item. Item in compare list. So that's it. Now let's check if it's working. Okay, just select three devices. Then go to view, then collection. So there you go. We have here three added compare. We added three devices to compare list. What if we remove the checkbox? Yep. Again. Okay, there's none. Alright, so it's working. Now, let's add a new screen for comparison of the device. So, from the Home tab, just click the Home tab, then click the new screen, and then choose blank. Yeah. Then, back to the main screen, and then add button. Just go to insert, the button, drag it here. Then set the text property of this button to find the text property, and then set it to and rows, compare list, and item. Compare and count rows, then compare list and items. So there you go. Then resize the button to the text fit without wrap. Okay. So I want to disable this if there are no selected item. I just want to make it gray. Just select the button, then set it display mode. Then set it to if count rows count rows, compare list, is greater than 0, display mode edit. And if not, display mode disable. There you go. So you see, it turns to gray. But if I choose one, then make it color blue. Then I just want to add another button. Just copy. Just copy this button and place it here. Change the text property to clear selection. Text property to clear select. There you go. Then set on select property to clear compare list. Select um, on select. Yeah, there you go. Okay. That is exactly clear. And then uh, remove the property on the display mode. Display mode. Remove this. So there you go. So for the compare screen, so let's move forward to this. Rename this as compare screen. Okay, so we're going to copy the header. So just click the header, just Control C, then paste it here. Okay. Also, we need to copy this gallery. Then rename this as compare list gallery. So for our next step, we're going to configure the gallery to show the devices that were selected from the comparison of the gallery to the main screen. So then select this new compare list gallery, then select the item, and change the data source into the formula bar to compare list. Compare list. Okay, I just want to select this so that we can see. There you go. Then adjust and put it here. Okay, just remove the checkbox and add another text label. Select the whole gallery, then the pencil icon, then drag a text label here. Then set this property to this item dot manufacturers. So just make it semicolon. Okay. So same drill, just add another text label. Then change the property to this item dot memory. Add again. Then change the property to yeah. Then I want to change the color field of the selected devices. Okay, just select the entire gallery and then set the template fill to if this item that is selected color fade header and that fill 25%. So there you go. That's right. Yeah. And before I forgot, just navigate. Just put the text, the on select property to navigate. Select property to navigate. Compare screen. Compare. Compare screen. And then I just want to put a icon here so that the user can go back to the main screen. So from the insert tab, here the insert, click the icon and choose the left icon. Adjust the height and the width. Just add a padding. Okay. Then make it white. Then set the unselect property. Unselect property to off. So there you go. So let's play this. Let's check if this apps is working. Okay, just click this. Then I just remove this. Click Acer. I want to add this. Then Asus. Dell. HP. Then 4. Okay. So next. So there you go. So that's it. So let's save this app. Save again. Then publish. Publish this version. And you can share it to your organization. So I want to show you that it is working on the phone, mobile phone. So I'll just share my screen of my mobile phone. Just wait for a while. Alright. So let me share my screen.
Okay, did we lose you? Kate, you still there?
Oh, sorry, I'm on mute. So these are just technology supplies, laptops. Well, you can think of your own. This especially for those especially who have their own business that can instantly create an app for your business. So this is just an app that we created for an hour. So what more if we have more time for this learning session? So stay tuned for the next session to learn more. That's all. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. So, Dhruvin, did we get any questions around this?
Let me just quickly check. And I must say, she is the youngest speaker on this GPPB, and she demonstrated this app in a day in a very good manner. Like anyone who is new, they can just follow the step by step stuff and easily can achieve. this
Yeah, right.
app development.
Just
This is
not only
amazing.
that, just it shows all the young ones that are coming out of the of colleges can do it so easily. So
Yes, yes,
great.
absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. Abhinav, Abhinav,
Yes,
Yes,
Prince.
yes.
Abhinav, can you take the moderation for next 10 to 15 minutes, just for 15 minutes? I'll come back because I just got
Yeah,
some emergency at home.
no problem.
No worries.
Proceed. Thanks
Okay.
much. Dhruvin,
All right.
you just to record the session. Next one.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Our next speaker is ready, Abhinav, or are we waiting for a few minutes, more 10 minutes?
Yeah, we'll wait 10 minutes.
We'll take a break.
Vivek
We'll take a
session.
break. We'll take a break.
Yeah,
Vivek
yeah, yeah,
Taking a
session
break
is
definitely.
at
for.
Okay, okay,
Vivek session
definitely.
is at 6 IST. So
Yes.
it will start in next 10 minutes, 12 minutes from now.
Yeah, 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 absolutely. No worries at all. All right. So meantime, maybe we can just share a couple of it's a break time, so let's just try to make it more interactive here. So let me just share a couple of more updates for Microsoft 365 that and Power Platform that has been happened in last couple of months. So most of you who are working in Power BI, I would recommend everyone to explore the Power BI goals feature. So it's a very interesting and very good feature. So in your organization, let's say if you wanted to achieve couple of goals, so at that time this functionality will help you. So it will provide you the features like you can decide the different goals for the organization. Like let's say you have some projects going on and you wanted to set up some due date for your project, and you just wanted to track the progress, that how far we are from our goal and all. So all of those things we can achieve it with the help of Power BI goals. With that, you can also connect your existing Power BI report as well with your Power BI goals. So these are the main few advantages of Power BI goals, and it's totally the Microsoft ecosystem. So we can easily integrate our Power BI goals with Power Automate as well. So let's say in your organization you have a sales team, you have HR team, and you just wanted to know like let's say for sales we have set up this much of target, and you wanted to set up some security mechanism as well on top of that. So that are the functionality which are provided in out of the box manner itself with Power BI goals. As well as you can connect your Power BI goals with Power Automate. So any automation that you wanted to achieve with lots of available connector, like 400 plus connectors are available in Power Platform suite. So you can achieve any use any connector and achieve your thing. So let's say in sales, for February we have set a target, like we want to set 1 lakh product, and we sold so far 15,000 75,000. So whenever the goal value is changing, we can notify our managers and all of them. So that is something which is the beauty of Power BI goals. So that is one update that I wanted to share all of with you. So just explore this goal feature, that is amazing. Second thing, for Power BI, I specifically wanted to share update about the new format pen. So new format pen, if you haven't explored in Power BI so far, from February update itself, it is by default selected. So it has many improvement and it's looking really really cool. And another thing, like from February update, mostly the for Power BI desktop update, basically you need to install WebView 2. So that is also one important update. If you haven't installed WebView 2 into your machine, basically you will not receive the latest update. So that is also one of the most important announcement that has been happened throughout past few months. So these are few tips for Power BI during this breaking hour. Now we'll wait for few minutes for our upcoming session, and then we will next break we will comes up with some another tips and tricks. And meantime, Abhinav, if you have anything else to be shared with our audience, feel free to share it.
Sure. In the meanwhile, I'm checking with Vivek.
Sure. Thanks. Till then, let me talk about one more interesting thing, as we have more 10 minutes. So let's utilize that minutes in some learning part. So let me share one of the official Microsoft documentation for Powerapps performance. So let me just share my screen here. So basically, we are facing a couple of time, like we have a large data in Canvas app, and after some time when we have bundle of data, and after that our app is becoming slow. So which are the tips you can include in your app to boost the performance of your Canvas app? So I'm going to share couple of points here. So the very first tip here is like limit the data connection. So it is recommended that you should not add more than 30 connection in one app. Obviously, more and more connection you have, more and more calls will be going from your app. So you should limit that thing. Second thing is limit the number of controls. So it is recommended, like if you have a single app, don't add more than 500 control in one app. Otherwise your app will become slow. And what happen here is whenever you are using any control in Power Apps, basically it is generating the HTML DOM, and it is something which is more and more control you have, that process is something which will take more time. So that is something you can keep in your mind. Third important factor is optimize the on start property. So most of the time what we are doing as a general practice, we on app start we wanted to load couple of collections, or let's say we are building some schema in order to populate into our component, or let's say our controls. So at the time, like if the sequence is not important, then you can use the let's say collection approach. And also you can use the concurrent function. So in concurrent you can define your multiple parameters, like you can define all four collection into one concurrent function, and that is something which will boost your app experience, and which will help you to make more speedy performance for your app. So that is one tip. Another thing is like you can cache the lookup data. So let's say many times I have seen many developers are making this mistake, like let's say in our grid we have a requirement that a logged in user should only be able to view their data only. So at that time what we are doing, we are using filter function and we are simply typing user.email, right? So whenever you are using user.email, what happen here is every time it is calling that function in order to get the email address for the current logged in user. So instead of doing that, what you can do is you can let's say on app start or on your screen's visible event, you can define one set variable which is globally accessible throughout your app. So you can just utilize that concept, set it into variable and use that variable across your app. That will more performant. So make sure about that thing. Then the next point is avoid control dependency between the screen. This is one of the most important thing. So let's say sometimes what we are doing is we are taking the reference from our previous screen. So let's say you are creating some form, or let's say some gallery or grid, and you have already added some control on your screen one, and what you are doing on screen two, basically you are taking the reference of that control. So let's say in the hidden you have stored some value in your control, and you are just accessing that part into your another screen. Now the second screen purpose is something which is only for the specific purpose, like when I click on the button, second screen is opening. But at the time what happened here is if you have used the previous screen's reference, basically it will try to load that screen behind the scene to get the value. So make sure that you basically avoid the control dependency in between your app. After that, use the delegation. So delegation is a very big concept. Like whenever as a developer or architect you are defining anything, that is the one of the most important part, that you should use mostly delegable function that will be more performant, or maybe you can load it to your local collection and after that perform your different operation. So it's a tricky part. It depends on which type of function you are using, which data source you are using, whether your data source is delegable or non-delegable. So depending on all those factors, we need to use and choose the function wisely, and we need to apply the comparison in a proper manner. So these are the few tips. Still the documentation is lengthy. In next break we will talk about couple of more things. Till then, let's just wait for our next speaker. And meantime, if anyone has any question, feel free to unmute yourself and ask it to ourselves. We will try to solve your problem as much as we can.
Can stop screen
And
sharing.
sorry, yeah. Okay, in meantime, what I can do is I can just share the feedback link. So, how you feel about our bootcamp? Just share your opinion with us in the uh, feedback form. So, let me just quickly show you how that feedback form is looking like. Abhinav, feel free to stop me if next speaker is ready. So basically the link which I provided, it is this type of feedback form. Basically you need to select the location. So you can select any favorite location. Like currently we are organizing for Philippines and Delhi. So you need to search for Philippines Power BI group over here.
Or your name also fine, Dhruvin.
Sorry.
Uh, Search with your name also. That will also
Yeah,
be fine.
yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, or you can just search my name. This is the user group, Power BI Philippines group. You can select this one and provide your feedback. Along with that, you can search for Delhi, or let's say my name. Even that, you will find the Delhi Power BI user group. You can provide your feedback over here as well. So feel free to provide your feedback so we can improve ourselves. That's it. Thank you so much. Now I think our next speaker is ready. Abhinav, please go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, Vivek.
Hi, Vivek.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can hear you
absolutely.
well.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay.
Really
So
excited to
can
have you here.
I'm very excited as well. So shall we start or are we waiting for
We can start.
anybody?
Yep, we can start. Just to introduce the audience, Vivek is one of the early Power BI evangelists that the world has seen. I'll use the term "world" because he has been one of the speakers in Power BI World Tours. He has imparted education to many people around the Power Platform in as early as 2016-17 space, and it's quite a fan moment for me too because I have learned a lot from his early sessions early on when I was adapting into Power BI. And I'm sure pretty many people have learned from you and are on the Power Platform journey now and creating a lot of applications around the world. So thank you so much, Vivek, for accepting this invite and welcome to the platform.
Thank you. Thank you for introduction. So just let me give you a little bit idea and let me start my screen share. So are you able to see my screen?
Yes, Vivek,
Please
it's visible
give the
now.
confirmation. Okay.
Yes, it is.
So what we are going to do is we are going to go for a short, very short presentation. I want to focus more on demo because this is building offline Power App. I want to show you actual the code and what does that mean, why we are doing that. So let me have that brief presentation to start with. Now, if you are already, sorry, 1 second, I clicked the wrong button. If you are already creating offline Power App, then can you put yes in chat window so I know overall audience responses and all. Okay, John says yes. Rajiv, yes. Okay. Good. So we have some of them already saying that yes. So please help me if I make error. So let's go to our presentation and what is happening? Are you able to see my screen? I'm getting some flickers here.
Yes, we can able to see your screen.
Okay, perfect. So the topic is here is we are going to use a data source as a SharePoint, and we are going to build offline Power App. A little bit about myself. I'm a senior director, North America for Stridely Solution. We have around 300 people, offices in India, US, and Canada. And I'm also founder of Insight to Actions, which is a Canadian entity. Leader of user group in Toronto where we share our knowledge. I invite a lot of local speaker as well as international with the COVID situation. So we try to explore what are the new features and what are the benefits and all. Also, 2 years back, I received a Power App All-Star Award winner, MVP, data platform MVP, and a lot of public speaking I do in terms of Power BI, overall Power Platform. I started with Power BI, more focused. Now I do all Power Platform application. So this is a part of it that I'm organizing this Power Platform Bootcamp also. So last 3 years I'm a global organizer. So it actually started from one of the Power Platform World Tour that we were doing in Vancouver, and Kunal is the main person. So we were sitting and having coffee, and then started discussion. Hey, why don't we have Power Platform Bootcamp like this? And that's how we started. So here we are with the 70 different locations. We are organizing Power Platform Bootcamp. Next one is about the agenda. So we'll have introduction, design, concept, planning, demo, and question and answer. What are we trying to achieve by this? What are we trying to learn? So by the end of this session, you will be able to build the offline capability into your Canvas app. Also, how do you handle the offline data? So how do you store it and how do you retrieve it back when it comes online? How do you sync it back? And understand what are different components. And we at the last will be testing a few of like testing the app. So how do you test it? Because if you don't have offline capability available like mobile app, how do you test it? And some limitation and tips for designing offline Power App. So going to the next one is we are going to start with why do we need a Power App offline capabilities? Let me give one scenario. We want to create an application. So current process for the leave request for field technician. Field technicians are normally just attending to different field calls. Sometimes they have connectivity, sometimes they don't have connectivity. So it is difficult for them to go through the manual process. So if I explain current processes, several different tags they are filling up application. It's not mobile friendly. operation teams, there is somebody else who approves it and it is tracked in Excel. So when you want to retrieve the data and do the analytics and all, it's not real time and there are manual steps involved. So there are error prone as well. So the project requirement is to create a mobile app. Now, I'm just giving this scenario that this could be the scenario. We are not going to create a leave application. We have different scenario for the offline capability that we are going to do. So a project requirement is create a mobile app, add offline capability, ability to sync and store data in SharePoint, not in Excel. That's some of the requirement that like a scenario where you need an offline capability where they are going around and trying to attend the calls. It could be some other places in the world where you are doing some data entry or maybe taking picture and submitting, but it is in the remote area where you don't have a good internet connectivity, and it is possible that you will connect and disconnect in between. So what do we do in those cases? We definitely need a offline capability available. So if I go to next one, what are the main functions for SharePoint related data, like if you want to create an application? So one thing is you patch the record. So patch means basically you are adding to the list item, whether it is if it is online, you can just submit the form if you have created, but if it is offline, you need to store it in some list which is not connected when you are not online. So in the collection is temporary storage in Power App where you can store data, and when it comes back online, you sync it back to SharePoint. So that's patch function will be using collect. So why collect? Collect could use when you are online, you want to build your temporary storage and save that temporary storage to permanent storage, like on the app, offline capability. So for that, you'll be collecting data when you are online from SharePoint, putting it in the collection, and then saving to the local storage. Next one is update. So if you already have a record created and you are modifying the list. So if you need to update existing record, you'll be using update item. And delete means you are removing. So those are the main, but it is not all, but the main of that. And then comes the patch command a little bit in detail. I advise everybody that if you're writing code like this, it is okay, but at the end of once you have like a proper code, I always like the formatted code. So in Power App, now at the bottom, when you are writing code, bottom there is a option called format, and when you do that, it converts into more readable fashion the functions you have used. So something like this. This is the way I I can read very easily the data. So highly recommended you use that. Now, when we are developing the app, what we will be doing, and this all the steps will be doing it. So I'll explain at that time in detail, but basically we will save data to the local connection. So that we'll be using save data. And if we want to retrieve back from offline storage, we'll be using load data. So collect is to collect existing data from SharePoint, then save data to the local storage. Load data is from local storage back to collection. So it is explained here, and I'm going to go to the next one very quickly. Working with the data. So normally data related function. So when app starts, so working with data, when app starts, even if the screen is not visible, connection is hit. Refresh function is when it is connected, we want to use that. Some of the data related function you can use just to validate, do error checking and all is data source information you want, or you want to validate your formula before you apply, then you can use validate around and put your code in between and just to validate whether it will be successful or not. An error gives you the error message, and we'll be looking at it in detail when we do the demo. Other tips for some of the Power App related functions are set a global variable available across all screens. So when you some of the functions that we use is set, and in this offline capability we have to use a lot, because when it is offline we want to create an ID that is common between table. Now, if you are using one table, it may not be that effective. But what if you have linked table? So you have one table, there is another list, one list, another list, and both are linked. Then how do you connect both? Because it is not online. So we'll be using set that, then update context, so existing changes, change screen, so navigate or go back. So navigate will take you to specific screen, back will take you to the last viewed screen. Save local record, we already covered there. And some of the other functions like a user. So if you want in offline capability, if you want to add the username who added, then you can use a user to populate that field. And notify is the banner that comes on the top. So if you want, say, you sync the changes, you want to make sure that user understand it is successful, then you can use notify to display message at the top of Power App to show that it is successful. Some of other tips are related to Onstart. If you define collection of the screen, with a clear collect, so that one thing at the beginning of Onstart you'll be doing, you'll be fetching new data. So clear gallery on if you are navigating. So how to use a gallery control. So you collect real correct, then gallery. If you want to move to either the view form or edit form, then navigate to particular screen, and you want to select the particular record, then you will be selecting the parent, and we'll be checking out that as well. And when you are navigating from here or plus, we want to set a global. Remember I was telling about global variable. So we can set a global variable to say that this item temp store ID. That means it captures the ID, and throughout your application you can use it. Performance. So very careful because when you are creating offline capability, there is a limitation on the memory also. So if you are creating application where you are taking a lot of pictures and all, it is difficult. It is difficult for us to take 100 picture and store in a offline mode. So in those type of cases, either you limit, okay, last 3 records photographs or last 10 records. So make sure that if you put Onstart too many things, your app load will be very slow. So very mindful of that capability offline, because offline is good for storing records, but huge memory consumption is by pictures and all, so attachments and all if you're adding. And you can use a concurrent. So if you have multiple data source updating, you can parallelly update instead of going one by one. So that can improve your performance also. I have few links for those points. Tips for using a patch for that. So there are some fields that are difficult to patch it, and it is not straightforward that value is equal to this. If you have lookup field, choice field, you have to provide the ID as well and value. If it is a person field, there are more than that. You can leave it blank, like job title dot and picture dot. We don't want to load that, but the user email and then a few other things. So if you are doing patch for person field, lookup field, you have the little bit more work to do. Now we can even make offline capability more complex by adding camera control and taking pictures. So if I have time, I'll show to you that as well. But I'll more focus on the without attachment. But if I have time, definitely I already have prepared everything. So so we can save power from Power App. We can save pictures via Microsoft Power Automate as well. So we are not going to do that demo because that is not related to offline. How do you save photographs to the attachment? So that is for another. But there are one way of doing this is this, and another way of doing is you collect the photos. So three main field that you have to capture is display name, what do you want to call, ID, and a value. So value is actual photo, ID is just a unique name, and display name is what you want to show when it appears. And if you don't want to use a I still say flow. So Power Automate, and you want to use just a Power App and directly load it to SharePoint, there is an option also available. So you can use a form in edit mode, and your offline collection, you can load it to the attachment and then sync it back to SharePoint. So if we have time, I'll cover this as well. My favorite features is now it has increased from 20 MB, but Power App web part in SharePoint, now you can create a Power App form in a SharePoint, improve performance, so parallel data load, what we talk about, concurrent, and faster connection to the SharePoint. Message panel, that is the one we use a notify and with bracket. That message at the top is very helpful when you want to make sure visually user understand that it is successful, failed, or whatever it is. And formula bar debugging, it is amazing the intelligence added to that, as well as the formatting options. So those are my favorite features. Some of the challenges we explained, the lookup field and complexity of choice field and all. So here I'll stop for a little bit because this is my last screen, and then we go into full demo mode. So is there any questions so far? Is there any question? Just I wanted to make sure. No.
Not on the Teams chat, Dhruvin, on other channels. Can you confirm, please?
Okay, so I'll keep going. Let me create. Let me explain first a very high level what we are designing. So we have a two SharePoint list. One is store, and only few fields I added. And another one is inspection. So we are doing store inspections, and the store is linked to the inspection. So also what I did is when you create a new list, there is a field called title. I just changed the name of that so that it makes more sense. Name of the store or name of the inspection. That is why. So I changed that, and then I added the temp column. So this is the offline mode. We are going to use this as our link between store and inspection. So here I have a temp store ID, and if I go to inspection, I have temp store ID also. So when we want to link, we'll be using that. Store reference ID is my actually store ID, which is here, which is my choice if I want to add it when I'm online. So this is a simple list. Now, what I'm going to do is I'll start with the store. So everybody knows that, and if you don't know, there is an option in the new SharePoint list to integrate Powerapps. So I'm going to start with that, and I am going to write here is GBBP 2022 underscore DNPH. So this is simple list I created. I don't want to have any space. So simple list, simple Power App I created. I started with already built-in options, and it takes a little bit time, but it will create a three-screen app for me. And from there, we'll go deeper into creating application. So here is a three-screen app. First is a browser screen, detail screen, and edit. I don't need to explain this. If you are already familiar with that, you already have detail, like you know what it is. So I'm not going to spend time. But when I start here, before I start, I'm going to show you some of the options that we'll be using. So if I go to my view and collections, right now there is no collection. This is the temporary storage that we'll be using. And when we close the app or when we want to load it to local storage, that means offline, then we'll be using those collection that we created and load it to the local storage. So right now it is blank. We don't have any offline storage. This app will not work in offline mode because it is not yet created for offline capability. So there are some limitation also, which if we get a time on a camera control, I'll show it to you that if you are using camera control and taking picture, it works fine on all the tablet, iOS, Samsung, and all mobile app. But if you are using a Windows on window, like a convertible tab, it can be converted detachable computer where you can detach the screen and all. Your camera will not work. So there is one limitation that I want to warn you. But if you are using cell phone or tablet, it should work fine. So when you're testing on Windows computer, make sure that if it is not, if you don't see your camera, it is because there is a limitation. But if you are using Surface product, then it will work. So let us start. Uh, we are going to use maybe I'm going to start using browser screen here, and I'm going to reduce the size a little bit. Now, because I'm online, if I want to test the offline capability, I'm just going to use a toggle button to change my code from online to offline. So first thing, what I'm going to do here, I'm just opening up, and first thing at the bottom, I'm going to just enter one label which can tell me. So I'm just going to say here that the text, I'm going to change code. So why I have written this is when you write connection dot connected, if you are connected, it will show true. So it will say here online. If you are not connected, it will say offline. So that is the reason I added that code. That is the property, that particular one you are going to use a lot. And then I want to show using color also. So I want to show, sorry, I want to show that green or red. So I can use the same concept to tell that if it is, say, in a fill property here, I can say that if So connection dot connected is true, then say green or else red and close it. So if I go offline, it will show red and it is offline. Let me make it bold. So it is there. I can also hide it. So if I want to. Other thing I'm going to do is because I want to test it. When you're creating application, you want to make sure visually you can test it and all. So I'm going to add one toggle button here. So say toggle button here that can mimic my behavior. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set the value. So whatever my on change, I'm going to set the value here. So is connected is the variable I need to first define, which I have not defined, but I will define soon. And I'm just going to put toggle one here. So toggle one value. Now toggle one value and close. I'm also just for a fun sake, I'm going to show my toggle one value so I can show it to you, right? So right now it is false. If I change, it will go to true. So I can use this value to test during when my development is there. Another thing is here on text side, I can also, so if I change here, this doesn't change. So what if I want to, I want to change this as well because I'm changing. So I can write text value here. So I can write instead of this, I can write another if statement and say is connected, which my toggle button value is there, and I'll say not. So when you put exclamation mark before that, it reverse, so it is like a not. So if it is connected is off, that means this will be true. And if it is true, so off, then use uh, disconnected because I'm forcibly telling that I want to go to offline mode. So, or if it is on, then take other. So now, if it is true, my see here at the bottom, it changed to offline. So I can test it out during my application, go offline and test out, go through it, and I can do everything. So I can use this is connected variable to like do the during development turn off my internet. So that is one thing that I always do. Other thing I want to cover is uh, let me see my note. What do we want to cover? So toggle button. Okay. So then let us start with a browser app, like a browser screen. Uh, Here the data, when we created app from the SharePoint list, the data source is a store we are getting directly from SharePoint. So it is always connected to SharePoint. When it goes offline, it cannot pull data from SharePoint. So when at the top you have just a refresh store. That's what you have. So when you refresh it, it goes back to the store and uh, pull all the data. But what we want to do is either refresh or when app starts, what we want to do is we want to pull the data and store it in a local storage for future use. So if I explain very easily, then say either okay, my pen not okay. Okay, I'm going to just explain here. So what I want to do is my when my app starts from this SharePoint list, I want to pull the if it is connected, I want to pull all the data and from inspection as well, and then load it to connect collection and then load it to local data store. How do you do that? In presentation, we had that option. So first, let me add the inspection. So we'll be using that in future. We'll be using that data source later on in Power Apps. So how do you add new data source? So you can just go to your data source here right now. Store is there. Add data. SharePoint. Let us select mine and uh, Power that, and we have store. We already have it, so we are just pulling inspection. And when you hit OK, you have that here. So we can use that data later on. So first I'm going to start when you open the app, what do you do? And I'm going to copy paste the code and then explain each and every step why I am doing it. So when you are creating, you can do it. So I'm going to paste it here on start. So in an app on start, because as soon as app opens, you want to perform that action. So I'm going to open here and say that first step is I'm checking is connected or not. And if you see, I have used the same code for toggle button. And if I click on is connected, right now uh, it is not showing any value because we have not set up. But if I do now, why it is not showing. So is connected and it is not showing anything. 1 second. Let me first see whatever we have done quickly and app on start. What happened there? This should be online, but that is not picking up. That's okay, it will pick up. I don't know why it is not setting up. Just going to double check. it is working. So I'm not worried about it. It is working here. Exactly same thing. I'm doing it over there. So I'm not worried about here. So when you are creating, developing application, it is possible that some of the load data error you will get. And if you go here, it says this feature is not available in browser. That is why it is giving. But when you move it to mobile, it will work. Now, it is giving me error here because we have not created. We have just created store inspection, store collection. So that this one is still not the populated. So it will be clear afterward. So here what we are doing is if it is connected, just go and clear collect my store collection. So and load data from store. Then I'm saving that store collection to store local storage. I'm doing same thing here. I'm going and bringing the inspection data, and then I'm saving data to the local storage. So the all three things I'm doing same thing. I have two times here. Yeah, so we are loading store collection from inspection. We are okay. This is the error I'm getting. So okay, it was not selected. I was wondering why there is error. So it was after we added the data source. I just copy pasted. That is why we were getting error. So same thing. I'm loading from inspection to store inspection collection and back to the local storage, and then uh, this is when it is online. So if I show it to you here, where after you test it is online, this is the true part of it. If it is connected, it goes to the SharePoint and pull data and put it in local storage. But what if it is not online and when you are loading the app? So next part is when it is false. So if it is not connected, you cannot go and get from SharePoint. So what I am telling here is load data. Load from my local storage. So whatever data I saved data when I close the app, load that to my collection. So if I made some, I created some offline data and it is stored in my local storage, it will be available for you to consume. So that is why if it is online, go to directly SharePoint, not online, load it from local storage. So that is why I have Onstart this code. Now next one is on refresh. So when Power App automatically create, it just says refresh store. But in our case, we are creating offline storage and offline application. We need to do a little bit more. So I'm going to just copy paste again and explain to you. And again, this is error because we added data source. So it is exactly same. I'm checking. In this case, I didn't put the formula. I put it over there, but I'm just checking if it is connected. Basically, it is exactly same code when we had on load event. So go and store, refresh the data from store and put it in local storage. Clear collect. Now only collect is when you have 3 records, and if you add 1 record, the 4 record will be there. So that means it is adding record. If you have clear collect, it wipes everything out and load new. So whatever is on SharePoint. So that is difference is clear collect will clear everything and load. So it is exactly same what we had it over there. And then the second part is exactly same as well. So because we are refreshing, we are making sure that you have most up to date data. This is simple. I don't need to explain. We have some changes here and here that I'm going to explain. So when we are going, when we are creating, say we are offline, and when we are creating, we are adding new record, then uh, how do you make sure that you store it in proper format so it is stored in local and when you come back online, it is available, it is syncs back. So first thing I want to make sure here is I want to add, say, I want to add one record when I'm online and then make some adjustment to here. So I'm going to go in a play mode and I'm going to, right now there is nothing, so I'm going to add one item. Name, I will say this, address is 123, 123. Temp store ID, we are not going to actually, I don't need this because those I'm creating behind the screen. So I'm going to disable that. How do you disable that? So for now, I'm going to leave it as it is. Let us go ahead and create. And then we have attachment. So I'm going to create this record. I have one record. Now, I have not created for the inspection yet. So I'm not going to add those code at present. I'm going to go back and create for the inspection. I'm going to create a new screen so that we can go from one to another. So I can insert new screen, maybe blank screen, and then I'm just going to add, just going to put that, and let us add a form directly. Sorry, because we have little bit time left, so I want to speed up. But I'm going to select data source as inspection, and it will create. So let us leave it at this and go back here. So when I go to the details screen here, when I click OK, sorry, edit screen, when I click OK, I want to add inspections as well. So instead of going back to the main record, what I want to do is I want to go to the inspection screen. So let me do that change. So I'm going to, instead of submit form, I'm going to write few codes and I'm going to explain later on. I'm not explaining right now because we need that for future use. So I'm going to leave it as it is. We have one record here. Now, if I hit a refresh, I am online. And if I go to my collection, in my inspection, there is none, but in my store, I have it. And if you see here, I have ID. That means it is, if ID is created when you are in offline, ID won't be there. ID will be only when you bring it from SharePoint. So you can tell that it is coming back from SharePoint. As you add more record, it will keep populating. So I'm going to go back and let us now go to the next one. So I created new screen here. I'm going to add. So what changes you make for offline so that it will work. So let me go back and copy, paste, new code, and explain you that. So here what I'm doing is I'm simply saying that edit form 1, so which is in my here edit form 1 in edit screen, create when you click new form edit form 1, so anything you have will be empty, and then you are navigating to edit screen, uh, and screen transition none. So when I click here, it will go to the next screen and as a new form. When I am doing changes to here for transitioning, instead of this, I'm going to change the code and then explain. Here, only change we did was view form instead of new. And we are navigating to edit screen 1. What are we selecting? So when you click, which record you are selecting? So we are selecting the parent. And because if it is offline mode, we need to tell Power App that, let me go to, what is this temp store ID? This we need to populate so that in future, when we sync it back, we have connection between store and inspection. So that is the reason we are setting selected store ID to this item temp store ID. Now, why do I say this item? Reason is you are clicking here. Why I didn't say here? Because I'm creating new. I don't have a temp ID. But in a view without temp ID, you won't see record here. So that is why I'm setting the existing temp ID as the temp ID. Next thing I want to go to is the edit screen. So let's go to edit screen. So we are done with the main screen. We are done with it. You are getting error. Don't worry about it. Again, I told you that when you will save data, will always give error. So let's move. We have 10 minutes left. Let's move quickly to this screen. So here you can use a back or next button to go navigate between the screen, but we are more concerned about if I click OK and I'm in offline mode, how do I design that? So let us very quickly explain here is I'm checking whether I'm online or offline. And if I'm online, what action I need to perform. So I already say that I'm online or offline here, then if it is, there is a comma. So this is the true part, the logical part was here, and this is the true part starting. So if it is connected, what do you do? So first thing, if it is connected, I check whether my data card 14. Now you will say, what is data card 14? In this case, data card 14 is your, let me go, and so this one is orange. So I'm saying that that is the value I need to change because I created new application. So I need to change the data card value 10. So what I'm doing is I am checking if that is blank or not. So in this case, data card 10 value, and now I can see here. So is it blank? If it is blank, then I need to set it up. And if it is blank, that means I'm creating the new record. So when you hit new, when you come here, you won't see any temp store ID. So now I'm checking after it is connected, checking what is it? Is it populated? Why do I check? What if you are moving from existing record and viewing and then modifying? So if there is an existing record, then it will be populated. So if it is not populated, that is my brand new record, I'm using GUID function. So what it does is every time you use that function, it creates the new GUI ID, which is always unique. So I'm setting up that. But if there is a value over there, so let me show you if there is a value. So if I go from browser screen to here, now if I go in my change mode, I should see here because I already created a record. You're not seeing because we didn't add code before when we click, we just added. So if it is already ID is there, then set that as your temp ID, selected store ID. Then if it is connected, because I am connected, I can simply submit the form and all changes what I made will be done. Then what I'm doing, I'm clear collect. So I updated the SharePoint, but I'm clearing my collection and pulling new data. So if any update happened on a SharePoint, I can bring it back and then send back to local storage. Then I'm navigating to the next screen. Now, if it is not, so this is very critical. Now, if it is not connected, what do you do? So again, first I'm checking not 21, but it is 10. So I'm checking I'm offline. I'm checking whether it is blank or already populated. That tells me new record versus existing record. And if it is blank, again, I'm doing same thing, GUID function. If it is new, then I'm just randomly selecting now function and converting that so that it is number format. So temporary storage. And then because I'm offline, I need to collect it somewhere. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to collect in my store collection. How do I collect it? So the way you can collect it is, so this is my store. I have a headings here, column headings. I can write those column headings here and then give what data card value I want to populate over there. So in this case, I'm just going to take it on the side so I can resolve the error. And where did I put that? Come on. Where is my power? Oh, it is right here. So let me take it on the side. So here my name and title. So there are some errors and I will resolve that. That is not an issue. I'm just going to type in here how do I write? So on my column ID, I have name. As I start typing, gives me different options here that I can use. So in this case, I'm not able to find what I have written. So I'm going to write title. It is store collection. And let me check store collection. Yeah, it is title. So title. And I have to check the data card value. So I can check it on the side. So here I'm going to collapse it. It is a name brackets title. Why I'm not getting it? I'm going to keep this because it should be this. And then I can try to find out. So name title, if I expand, this is data card, 6 value is what I want to put. So this is, I just copy paste, now it is changed. So data card value 6. This will be resolved. And then we have address. So there is something fishy going on here. I'm going to delete and see why error I'm getting. So this is okay. So to two curly bracket when you put, and after that you can collect it. So I'm going to do it again. Why? Collect to the store collection is good. I'm going to comment out maybe some other error is here. Come on. Okay, I'm going to bring the already created app because I don't know why it is giving me weird thing here, but it is exactly same thing. Data card value 7 was there, address, when it clear collect, stored collection, I'm putting it here. I don't know why I am getting error there, but you can add the value from the data card and then complete it. So let me one more time put this here, and one more time let me store collection, collect is there, data card, and I'm going to delete these. Collect, I don't know, maybe.
Hi Vivek sir.
Yeah.
Just around about how much time? So just we can just inform the next speaker.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Let me
Yeah, it's fine.
explain the.
Yeah, it's fine.
Let me explain the code. I don't know why error I'm getting. Maybe a copy paste I did, but if it is online, then will be after you do that submit button, and if it is offline, then we'll be collecting to the local storage. So I'm collecting in my store collection and then saving it to local storage if I'm offline, and then navigate to the screen. Now, if I already, because we are checking here is blank or not. What if it is not blank? So collect, remember I told you collect means new line will be added. So if it is blank, new line will be added because it is new record. But if it is already populated, that means it is existing record. So if we have an existing record, we cannot use collect, otherwise it will add a new line. So we have to use a patch function. The syntax for that is I'm loading it to my store collection, but I'm looking up in store collection and I'm comparing because it is existing, right? So I'm comparing my temp ID I created with my data card, which is here, value. So that I get the specific record that I need to update. So that is why I'm looking up. So in store collection, go to store collection, find that record, and then I'm patching because I don't need to create a new record. I need to patch it to existing record, all the changes. But the very critical thing here is when you are offline, if you notice here, I am adding is dirty is true. Why I am doing that? Reason is that particular column I am using to add in my collection to tell that this record was created when it was offline. So when I come back online, I only need to update is dirty record only. Yeah, other records are already updated. So that is why I'm adding is dirty when I'm creating new. But I am when I'm modifying the existing one, if you see, I'm adding is dirty, but I'm changing modified date value to around some random date. So what this tells me is this record was existing, but I modified. So I need to sync back those changes. So let us create one record in my old application, which has a lot of things here. But let us create, I'm going to hit refresh because I'm offline. So let us hit refresh if there are any. And I'm going to turn it offline. And let us create a one record so I can show it to you why I'm using that. So I'm going to do this 1, 2, 3, whatever it is, and hit button OK. This I am not able to, I'm going directly to inspection now. I'm adding one inspection also, 1, 2, 3, let us add that. So it will show here the code I have used. I want to show you that as well very quickly. I'm just counting row where it is dirty in collection. So that gives me, I added one inspection and one main record here, which is offline. Now I'm going to go existing one very quickly, modify, and I'm not making any change, but I'm adding one inspection and 1, 2, 3. Now I have 4 records because I modified the existing one. And let us go back and show it to you very quickly what it is. So store collection, if you see here, this is the record we added, brand new. And if I go towards is dirty, see, both of them are true because one was existing, we modified, other one we created. But if I go to my modified date, this is created date. See here, it is 3000. So now when I'm patching back, that is the reason when I did my app and I pasted the code here, when I go to the sync up, when I want to sync, what I'm doing is, and this is the last part, so I wanted to explain that also why I'm doing it. So what I'm doing is I'm doing clear collect, store to be added, and I'm creating another table which is called a store to be added, and I'm filtering is dirty true and the modified date not equal to this. And another one, because if it is not equal to this, that means we have added new record. If it is equal to that, that is we modify the record. So I'm creating 2 different collection, and then I'm just for all those, I'm patching it back to the store. And same thing goes for the other area inspections as well. So if I sync it now, it says 4, and say I am syncing up. It is now creating record, going back, it is online, it is going back and creating record. If I go back here and all store to be modified, store to be added, here Now I have synced those changes back to my SharePoint. And that's all. I have many more things I can do in this, I can explain, but with the limitation of the time, I'm already 5 minutes over my presentation. So I would like to close and open for question. I don't know, next session is starting now, or I'm ready to answer some of the question if you have.
Dhruvin, can you check anything from YouTube?
Let's put some tomatoes.
Sorry?
Well, there's also
Dhruvin, can you check anything from YouTube? Because the Vivek, the live is going for a long time on a lot of channels, YouTube.
Yes. All right. So, no, Prince. So far, I think we are good, and it's very clearly explained and very useful concept for this offline data concept. So, thanks a lot, Vivek, for this wonderful session. We really appreciate your time and the effort you put to make this overall session.
And one final thing is I will be sharing this.
Mhm.
So I have very clear application design, what you need to do and all. So if it is a browser screen, in a refresh icon, what code you add. So or see here in refresh icon is connected, and also I have complete documentation on app creation. I'll be sharing this file, so if somebody wants to make they can make it. Some of this I didn't explain in my session because there are too many things, but I'll be sharing that.
Yeah, Vivek, we all know demagogues always have some issues. Somehow the other, demogod will always create some of the other issue, but it's fine. I think people are still able to catch what you were trying to explain. And we have got a lot of inputs on LinkedIn already. So if once you get some time, you can check it. And if you can share your LinkedIn handle, it would be nice. People can reach out to you to discuss in
Yeah,
case they
we
need.
already tagged him. So, yeah, we are all
Yeah.
good on that part.
Oh, do I need to, or you're good?
We have tagged you in case just if people come and you just look out for your LinkedIn handle because people are going to come and discuss something with you guys.
Oh, okay. Uh, so are we starting next presentation? Do you want me to stay here? And if there is any
We'll be
question?
starting the new one. In case if you want to stay, you can stay back. In case there are questions, we'll definitely gonna post you back also. In case you're not there,
Sure,
we'll
no,
post you
no
back there.
problem. I'll send you my all presentation and the code and everything. And
We'll post it on the
I'll
GitHub.
send,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep,
I'll send you
absolutely.
everything so that they can create.
Thank you so much, Vivek, for your time.
Thanks, Vivek. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Hope to host you later on also on a series of sessions.
Yeah, and anytime. And then, I have a large community here as well.
Yeah.
We do a lot of sessions on that. So anytime you need a presenter other than me also, I'm always ready to help.
Thanks a lot. We would definitely
Okay.
require. Thank,
Thank you.
thank
Thank you
you.
so much, Vivek. Have a great day. Perfect. I think, Prince, we can move forward with the next
I'll stop
session.
the recording first and then I'll start again so that we can have.
Yeah, yeah, no worries. And meantime, just let's have that announcement links that we have already posted into chat window. So if you just wanted to be a part of virtual raffle mechanics, basically, once you are completing the registration form, you will earn 3 tickets. You will earn 7 tickets if you fill up the official Microsoft Power BI Philippines community, and you will earn 7 tickets if you successfully join our Dynamics 365 Philippines community. So all the links and information we already posted in chat window. And
Yeah. Now we will have Roy coming in. Uh, guys, so we'll have Roy joining us now. So Roy would be the our next speaker. Roy, hi. Are you there?
Hi, hello, good evening.
Good evening, Roy. Happy to host you on Global Power Platform Bootcamp. Welcome. So Roy, if you can give us a small introduction, where you are from, what is the topic of discussion today, and how we're going to go through the session, then people will be very happy to have that brief intro from you.
All right, sure. So for my session, I'll be discussing about Power Virtual Agents in an hour. So basically, we'll be discussing about the introduction, the essence of the Power Virtual Agent. As well, we're gonna do some laboratory, an actual laboratory in creating our first chatbot with Power Virtual Agents. And also, I'll be handling some question and answer if there will be any.
Thanks a lot, Roy, for that introduction. Did I pronounce your name correct, Roy? Correct? Did
Sorry?
I pronounce your name correct,
Yes.
Roy?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. So Roy, we hand over the platform to you, and I hope people enjoys it, and you also enjoy giving the session on our platform. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay, so please allow me to share with you my screen. All right, there you go. So I hope you guys can hear me clearly as I present my screen, my presentation rather. Okay, so Mabuhay Philippines, Namaste India. Thank you for having me here on Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2022. So I would like to introduce myself to you. I am Roy Alfred R. Sardalla, and my session is about Power Virtual Agents in an hour. Great. So let me talk about some things about me. So first, I am an IT lecturer in Informatics College Manila for 2 years. Also, I am an IT support specialist in Informatics College Manila. Aside from that, I am also a learning and development leader in DMD Shake Mode, and also a community leader in Dynamics 365 and Power BI Philippines community. Aside from being a leader and instructor, I am also an entrepreneur, which I handle 2 e-commerce business, which is the Thriftwheel PH and Browse and Buy PH. Okay, before I proceed on my discussion about the Power Virtual Agents, I would like to know which one are you in Power Virtual Agents? Can you type in if you are a novice user or an intermediate user or an expert? I would like to know which user are you in terms of Power Virtual Agents. All right, so we have here from Manage Roy, novice. From Ganesh, novice as well. Catherine, novice. Julius is novice as well. Also from Nayas, novice as well. All right, thank you so much, guys. Okay, thank you so much. So I understand that we are novice user in terms of Power Virtual Agents. Okay, and that's why this presentation and this session is really perfect to you to be able to have an insight and some knowledge about the Power Virtual Agents. Okay, so we're gonna learn a lot more. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy my session. Okay, so for my agenda, I would we'll be catering about the introductions to Power Virtual Agents, the essence of Power Virtual Agents, and we'll be having some laboratory in building our first chatbot. Okay, before I proceed on my main discussion, I would like to play some video clips for you to be able to have a small teaser and a small insight about Power Virtual Agents. Okay, so let me just turn on my audio for you to be able to hear it.
By now, you've probably heard of virtual agents, those amazing little bots that have, well, virtually transformed customer service. But have you heard of Power Virtual Agents? They're new from Microsoft. And what makes them so powerful, you ask? Well, they're even easier to use for all kinds of things beyond just customer service. You can use them for HR, sales, any domain or channel imaginable, virtually anywhere you want to engage customers. On the web, Skype, Facebook, Power Apps, you name it. You can build a Power Virtual Agent for that. They're super easy to build, too. Anyone can do it. There's no code to get started, no AI expertise needed, and you can be up and running in minutes. But if you want to add code or, say, some more complex capabilities, Microsoft's Cognitive Services and Bot Framework is just a few clicks away, so you can go as deep as you like. And because they're already integrated with Microsoft's Power Platform, you can use hundreds of pre-built connectors, so your bot can talk to your back-end systems with just a few clicks, or easily add capabilities, like using Microsoft Power Automate to call an API. Lastly, they're powerfully smart, learning every day, and using AI to suggest new topics to build as users interact with it. So, ready to make your own Power Virtual Agent? Just head on over to aka.ms/trypva and try it, free for a limited time, and unlock what's next.
Alright, so that is Power Virtual Agents. I know that is a teaser, and I hope that each one of you gets more a little interesting about the Power Virtual Agents. Okay, so without further ado, let's start the discussion. Okay, so Power Virtual Agents empowers your people to drive more business value through easy to create natural conversational artificial intelligence. So it enables organizations to build intelligent chatbots that engage in personal conversations with customers and employees at scale through an intuitive no-code interface. Okay, so as of the moment, there aren't enough professional developers to create the huge number of applications and chatbots that are needed right now, especially that we are in this pandemic and everything transformed digitally. There's a lot of new businesses who adapted the digital transformation, and there is a huge need of chatbots. Okay, so Power Virtual Agents provides a no-code graphical user interface that democratizes chatbot technology. So it will make it possible for anyone to build a chatbot, no special skills needed, and greatly reducing the time and cost involved in deploying a chatbot. Okay, so before we go through, I would like to introduce first and also discuss about the Microsoft Power Platform. Okay, so basically the Microsoft Power Platform is the single low-code platform across all of Microsoft for Office 365, Dynamics 365, and Azure, as well as your standalone applications. So with this Microsoft Power Platform, it includes 4 incredibly strong individual products. We have the Power BI for analyzing data. We have Power Applications for creating web and mobile applications without having to write any code. So even though that you are a citizen developer, you can be able to create an application. And this is the topic that is being discussed by Kayte. Also, we have in Power Platform the Power Automate for robotic process automation and digital process automation. And lastly, we have the Power Virtual Agents to create chatbots without having to write code, host, or manage infrastructure as well. Okay, so it is also powered by common components like Microsoft Dataverse, AI Builder, and data connectors. So you have a single integrated solution to solve enterprise application development that is needed in a rapid way. So whether you are a professional developer, an IT professional, a citizen developer, or a business user in the company, you can be able to use this. We can take action based on our data-driven decision. We can use Power Apps. We can use Power Automate. As well, we can use Power Virtual Agents. Okay? So how are we going to take action? Of course, we need to start on analyzing. Okay? Okay, analyzing. Make sense of your data through interactive, real-time dashboards, and unlock the insights needed to drive your business forward. Once we have analyzed it, we need to take an action. We need to act by building applications in our hours and not in months. Okay, so that easily connect to data, use Excel-like expressions to add logic, and run on the web, iOS, and Android devices. And lastly, it's really important that we have automate on our application. So we need to include a powerful workflow automation directly in your applications with a no-code approach that will connect to hundreds of popular applications and services as well, like add virtual bots to automate your service and communication using your Power Virtual Agents. Okay, so to sum it up, Power Platform enables everyone. Okay, everyone in working together using your data to help everyone, from the CEO to the frontline workers. It drives the business decision with data and enables your innovation. Okay, so now let's talk about the conversational bot opportunity. So as businesses grow, the number of the daily operations and processes multiply across channels. Okay, so the number of interactions can be difficult to scale both internally and with customers. So growing enterprises face a number of challenges, okay, when scaling their communications. And some of the example of the challenges that we may face is first, of course, the customer expectations. Customer expectations are challenging and changing with a great emphasis on fast, personalized customer service experience. Also, as a response to these changing expectations, there has been strong adoption of artificial intelligence-powered chatbots across every industry. And it is estimated to be around 15.7 US dollar. Okay, I am not just saying 15.7, but this is 15.7 billion US dollar market by 2024. However, companies are realizing that they face an artificial intelligence skills gap. So as they work to incorporate chatbots into their customer service offerings and will be looking to low-code solutions to meet these surging demands. So I would like to discuss further the challenges to a strong customer experience. Okay, so organizations are faced with several IT and businesses challenges as they work to achieve operational efficiency, increase productivity, and strong customer experiences. Okay, so these are the challenges that we have. Okay, conveying consistent messaging, the growing number of communication channels, expectation for fast response, times fulfilling request, shortage of technical skills, and time resource constraints. So with Microsoft Power Virtual Agents, we can help companies, or it can help companies to address these challenges as they work to achieve their goals through intelligent chatbots. So the question is, how? Okay, so the first problem is convey consistent messaging. Okay, so how are we gonna do it? First is we can route customers and employees to standardized answers and documentation. As for growing number of communication channels, we can integrate Power Virtual Agents across all your communication channels to meet your customers and employees wherever they are. It can be on Microsoft Teams, on Facebook, and etc. For fast response time fulfilling requests, what we can do is with Power Virtual Agents, answer common customer and employee inquiries quickly and at scale. And answered questions are sent to live agents. So the FAQs or the frequently asked questions, it can be answered by the chatbot. And those questions that is needed to be handled by agents, we can reroute it for them. So in that way, we can be able to lessen the turnaround of the solution of every concerns that we have. from our customers, of course. Okay? For shortage of technical skills, Power Virtual Agents also can be used. Okay? Like any user can create chatbots with the simple no-code interface of your Power Virtual Agents. Okay? And lastly, the time resourced and budget constraints. So with Power Virtual Agents, it is a low-code SaaS offering. So there is no need to manage complex infrastructure or application lifecycle management. Okay? So you might hear me on repeating a low-code, no-code because Power Virtual Agents is intended to empower everyone with their low-code, no-code because the main vision is to help the community to be able to create the chatbots regardless of your background, of your skills. That is our aim. Okay, next is chatbots can be built for every business scenario. Okay, so chatbots can help you connect with both employees and customers. It can deploy chatbots across multiple channels to meet your audience where they are and connect in real time. There is also intelligent chatbots that can engage conversationally and adapt responses to avoid repetitive questioning. So chatbots can answer common questions and pull in human representative only when needed to triage outstanding questions. As of the moment, there are a lot of businesses or companies that do this. And also, little by little, some of the e-commerce applications, such as the Shopee, such as also Facebook is one of the example of a platform where we can sell. They are little by little adopting the chatbot. Okay? So, in a business, customer scenario chatbots, we can help with your external conversations with customers. So connecting with your customers via bots on your website, social media, and mobile for a seamless customer experience, your chatbots can address common business requests and aid with your responses to changing business environments. Also, we can drive efficiencies internally by building bots that help answer employees questions about your business. We can create and deploy bots in your chat environment like Microsoft Teams, Facebook, to answer common questions on topics such as benefits, payroll, return to week protocol, or navigating knowledge libraries. Okay, so now let's discuss why Power Virtual Agents. Okay, so the chatbot service that enhances everyone's experience. Okay, so with Power Virtual Agents, the organizations can engage customers with chatbots that respond with rich, personalized conversations using natural language. Okay, so as you can see here, we have here different features of the Power Virtual Agents, which we have the usability, the productivity, the extensibility, and the scalability. First, let's talk about the usability. So Power Virtual Agents comprehends customers and employees in their native language and syntax. With Power Virtual Agents, your simple low-code interface can enable everyone to easily build and deploy bots across enterprise. Also, with its productivity, it will empower employees to increase productivity and reduce operational burdens with intelligent chatbots. So we can get suggestions on how to improve your chatbots and which topics we should build next with our artificial intelligence and data-driven insights. Also, with Power Virtual Agents, we have the extensibility. In that way, we can meet our customers and employees on their favorite platforms and services. So regardless of the platform that we are using, we can be able to integrate the Power Virtual Agents. So Power Virtual Agents offer easy extensibility with hundreds of pre-built connectors, including native integrations with Power Platform, Azure, and Dynamics 365. And lastly, it's scalability. With this, we can quickly build and deploy intelligent chatbots of any size of complexity anywhere. Rapidly, we can adjust on demand to meet the needs of our companies, of the enterprise, without needing to worry about the complex, costly infrastructure or lifecycle management. Honestly, when you will hire some developers in creating some chatbots on your website, it will really cost us so much. So with Power Virtual Agents, we can be able to create our chatbots with a low-code, no-code, up to a low-cost as well. Okay, so the Power Virtual Agents empower everyone. Okay, so this is the vision of the system, or this is the vision of the solution itself. So it empowers citizen developer, subject matter expert, and professional developer. But the question is how again? Okay, so with citizen developer, it drives organic adoption and it is inherently looking for ways to streamline their day-to-day work with accessible tooling. Also, with subject matter expert, we can utilize bots across internal, business-to-business, and customer-facing communications to increase efficiencies. And lastly, it also empowers professional developer, which brings value from enhanced bot authoring to help the organization unblock complex requirements and scale across the organization. For you to be able to understand better the Power Virtual Agents, let's talk about the Power Virtual Agents life cycle. Okay? So in creating a bot in Power Virtual Agents is an easy step-by-step process. So each chatbot also has performance analytics. This can help us to have a feedback loop so we can continuously and easily enhance our chatbot to optimize the customer experience. Okay, so we start on creating bot using simple graphical interface. Once we have created a simple graphical interface, we're gonna start on creating topics to build upon from FAQs, sites, or etc. After we build our topics, we're gonna author topics with NL, slot extraction, and variables. Also, after that, we'll be having an integration bot with backend APIs using Microsoft Flow. So with this, we can integrate an automation. Next is we can extend bot with different skills for complex scenarios. Also, we can have a public bot to different channels. And lastly, we can monitor the bot performance and we can improve it. Okay, so as you can see, with Power Virtual Agents, there is a room for improvement. It doesn't stop on creating a chatbot for a site, but of course, there is a room for improvement once we have been able to have an insight on how the chatbot works and cater on the inquiries of our customers. And we will base the improvement on the customer experience. So here, Power Virtual Agents is built on Power Platform. Okay, so it is also built on the Microsoft Bot Framework. Okay, so we can extend and personalize our chatbot using Power Platform tools like Power Automate, or leverage the capability of bot framework skills. Okay, so Bot skills are reusable conversational dialogues that can be used to author scenarios using complex capabilities. And as we go through on this presentation, I'll be having a sample on how to create a dialogue with bot framework. So bot authors can convert any existing bot into a skill and also seamlessly trigger actions embedded through the Power Virtual Agents to a no-code designer. So from this, we can benefit from a no-clips experience. So if you want to go beyond what you can do with Power Platform, we can extend limitlessly with bot framework skills. So as with any application, we can choose between PaaS and SaaS approaches in creating bot solutions. So with Microsoft, we can choose either PaaS or SaaS, or we can choose both. So the Microsoft Bot Framework basically is an open source SDK, or what we call software development kit and tooling to optimize for bot developers. Also in Power Virtual Agents, as it is a no-code SaaS offering, we can also optimize for the business experts in our organization. Okay, so that is the Power Virtual Agents. Okay, so this is the section summary on my previous slides discussion. Okay, so let's discuss it one by one. Okay, so Power Virtual Agents help support industry trends by engaging it naturally, democratizing artificial intelligence, continuously enhance, and taking action. We can design for multiple personas. We can have a customer focused, connected, and extensible. We can also develop on the Microsoft Bot Framework. I would like to show you some customers' stories from different organizations and companies internationally, basically from US. Okay, so we have here the True Green company. So a quick background, the True Green company is the largest US lawn care company that is committed in providing everything that customer need live outside. That's why True Green recently embarked on an all-up digital transformation. So this means driving toward a culture of continuous innovation for its customers and associates. So teaming up with Microsoft, the company used Microsoft Power Virtual Agents in developing a new artificial intelligence-enabled virtual agent bot that is combined with Microsoft Power Apps and Dynamics 365 customer insights. And TrueGreen also augmented its customer self-service mobile application. Okay, and they also have added an artificial-driven image recognition. So the bot understands and listens to the customer needs, classify and inform customers of insects and weeds in lawns. So it also responds to customer requests. So what I would like to say is by using Power Virtual Agents and Power Apps, we can and customer insights, we can provide even more proactive and predictive services to its customers. So in that way, we can free employees to spend more time on higher value tasks and complex customer issue resolution. Aside from the TrueGreen company, we also have the city of Ottawa. Okay, so this occupies the municipal seat of government in Ottawa, Ontario, administering local laws and services to its 1.4 million citizens. So a National Capital Region's top employer and one of Canada's best diversity employers for 2021, the city of Ottawa is a major employer in the region with more than 17,000 full and part-time employees. Imagine, So in response to COVID-19 pandemic, the city adopted the Microsoft Power Virtual Agent to serve and support both citizens and employees at scale with conversational chatbots. Also, we have the Miami Dolphins. So Miami Dolphins is well known for football, also own Hard Rock Stadium, which hosts a wide range of sports and entertainment events. With so much going on, the Dolphins need to handle a high volume of requests for information about events and facilities as well. So to free from the service of agents from repeatedly answering a routine questions, the organization used Microsoft Power Virtual Agents. They already built a chatbot that is now available at all times on its capabilities. So it has a multi-authoring capabilities, making it easy for a subject matter experts to update the bot themselves so that the visitors always get current, accurate information. So far, the Miami Dolphin has the bot and has handled more than 40,000 conversations and has successfully resolved 97% of them, leaving the reminder to service agents who who now have more time to focus on delivering exceptional service and increasing ticket sales. Okay, so these are the companies or some of the big companies that use Power Virtual Agents. Okay, now we're gonna proceed on having a discussion and talking about building our first chatbot. Okay, so before I proceed on the actual laboratory, I would like to have a step-by-step discussion about building our first chatbot. First, it's important that we understand the Power Virtual Agent's information architecture. Okay, so you can have one or more bots in your Microsoft Dataverse environment. So it is common to have 25 plus user topics within a chatbot. Within each topic, we construct a conversation tree. Okay, so this conversation tree consists of trigger phrases, multiple nodes, conditions, and ability to use entities and call actions like flows or skills. Take note that to use the Power Virtual Agents or the Power Automate flows and Power Virtual Agents, they must be in the same solution. Okay? Also within the same Dataverse and also the same environment as the chatbot. Okay? Also, we can redirect call another user topic or system topic from within conversation tree. So with Power Virtual Agents, it comes with 4 predefined user topics that we can use or we can delete. So these are useful for learning or getting started. We also have 8 predefined system topics. Think of this as your building blocks, okay, for your conversation. They include greeting, goodbye, end of conversation survey, and etc. So this is highly recommended in minimal editing, only for these topics like greeting message only. So this is how the Power Virtual Agents architecture works. Now, for you to be able to understand better in creation, let's discuss the process overview in creating a chatbot. Okay? So in creating a chatbot, or a bot rather, it is an easy step-by-step process. First is we need to sign up the Power Virtual Agent, and we need to create a new chatbot. Okay? So after that, we need to create new topics with the trigger phrases and build a conversational tree. Okay? After that, we can immediately able to test the chatbot that we have created using a test bot and demo website that can be shared with other users. So once you are happy and you are already satisfied with what you have built, we can publish it to different channels that are made readily available on your Power Virtual Agents. So each chatbot also has performance analytics. Okay? This is really important to have this performance analytics because it can enable us to have a feedback loop so we can continuously and easily enhance our chatbot to optimize the customer experience. Revising our bot follows the same process. Okay, so here is the first step in creating any chatbot. First is we need to open our Power Virtual Agents Designer on web browser. It can be on Safari, Google Chrome, also on Microsoft Edge, as well on Mozilla Firefox. Once we open our Power Virtual Agents, we need to create a new name for our new chatbot. Okay? After creating a new name for our chatbot, we need to select a language. Okay? Once we have selected our language, we can select which environment are we gonna use. Okay? All right. So the Power Virtual Agents is supported different languages. So you can create chatbots in Power Virtual Agents in a number of languages. So each chatbot speaks one language only, and it is not a multilingual single bot. But you can specify the target language when you will first create your bot. Okay? Next is we need to create our topics. We can also view our topics. So when you create your chatbot, we need to decide what business scenarios that we want our chatbot to address. What issues? Okay? Are we gonna addressing some FAQs, or we would like to cater some ordering queries? So we will create a topic for each scenario or question that we want a bot to address. Okay? So that is the next thing that we need to do. After we do, we added our topics, we have created our topics, our chatbot must have appropriate trigger phrases that is relevant to your topic. So if you will ask me, what is this trigger phrases? So a topic has trigger phrases, okay? So these phrases or keywords or questions that a user is more likely to type that is related to a specific, and it is answerable by the bot. So the artificial intelligence uses a natural language understanding to parse what customer actually types and finds the most appropriate answer or appropriate trigger phrase or node. So we should start with 5 to 10 trigger phrase for each topic. So your phrases should not be, or should be semantically different. Okay? So they don't need to be full sentences. So in opening the authoring canvas and begin editing topic. Okay, the authoring canvas, it is where we're gonna start, or it is the interface where we're gonna start editing our topic and building our bot. Okay, so opening the authoring canvas and begin creating our chatbot. The easy to use and understand dialogue tree enables any user to start creating a powerful chatbot experience. Now that we have already set up our topics, we already set up the trigger phrases as well the questions, we can now start on testing our the chatbot that we have built. So in testing our topic as we construct it, it will allow us to check the performance of our chatbot. Before publishing any system or also in chatbot, it is really important that we test it before we publish it so we can see or we can check the performance. Okay? And once we are satisfied and happy on what we built, we will now publish it to a demo website. Okay? So that's how we built our chatbot. Okay. So once that we have already published it into a sample or a demo website, of course, it will be easily see what's working and what to improve. Okay? So we can have an analyze bot, customer conversations to better understand how specific topics are performing, what's impacting the CSAT, and identify where there is a room for improvement. So with this, we can quickly figure out what to build next. What are the questions that is not being handled by our chatbot? So with this feedback, with these insights, we can easily improve the chatbot that we have created. So we can easily see which conversations are going to human agents, and we can determine which topics we should teach our chatbot next. Okay, so that is how we create our chatbot. Okay, so for our summary section, the Power Virtual Agents enables user to create a chatbot in just minutes. Also, it offers an easy-to-use designer and help create unique customer chatbot experience. And it is part of the Microsoft Power Platform, and it is built on Microsoft Dataverse. Okay, so now let's proceed on creating the chatbot actual laboratory. Okay, so let me stop my presentation. Okay, and let me share again my screen with you. Okay, before I proceed on my actual laboratory, if you have any questions or concerns that you would like to raise, please feel free to use our chat box facility, and I'm more than happy to answer your questions.
Hi, Miss Roy. I
Hello,
wanted to know. I wanted to know the feasibility of creating a chatbot in on-premise version 8.2.
Sorry, may I beg your pardon, please?
Yeah. So basically, I wanted to understand how feasible it is to create a chatbot on D365 on-premise version 8.2.
All right. So, in creating a power, actually, on the topic that I am handling right now is the basic, as majority of the user is novice. So it's really important for them to understand first how we create the chatbot on the framework itself. But to answer your question, we can create, of course, the chatbot first on the platform, and then there is a connector that can be integrated on the Dynamics 365. Well, chatbot or the Power Virtual Agents is working on different connectors and different premises, such as the Power Applications, the Microsoft Teams, and the Dynamics 365. Also, there are different applications, the social media applications that we can integrate as well, the Power Virtual Agents. Like for example, on Facebook, Power Virtual Agents can be integrated on Facebook as we have there an SDK or an API.
Got it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next, I have a question from Heywei. Good evening. Could we use chatbot on default environment? Yes, we could create your chatbot on a default environment. But of course, to be able to use the Power Virtual Agents, we need to have a license. Okay? But no worries, if you would like to try on and have a first-hand experience on creating a chatbot, Microsoft Power Virtual Agents offer a 1-month free trial. Okay, any further question?
I think
All
that's
right, so I guess there is no question for now.
hello? Can you hear,
Alright.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thanks a lot, Roy, for the excellent session. At least people will get a hang of what is the Power Virtual Agent and how to build from a scratch, from a starting point of view. So I think people will go ahead and start to do some experiment on their own to see what's best suits to them. Correct. So I think thanks for a very informative session, and thanks for waiting for the whole call to complete for you to give your session. So thanks for being there on all the times. And I think someone has asked another question. If I have a Microsoft E3 license, could we use a PVA for free?
No, we need to buy. Microsoft Power Virtual Agent is a different license. So it's like Dynamics 365. We need to buy a different license as well. Basically, the E3 license is more focused on the Microsoft 365 collaboration tools, such as the Outlook, Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, SharePoint, etc. So with these different business solutions, we need to acquire new license for us to be able to use them. But again, if we would like to have a first-hand experience, we can have a free trial, and it is a trial for 1 month. Okay? All right, so let me share again my screen for me to be able to proceed on the actual laboratory and creating our first chatbot. Can you able to see my screen now?
No, Roy, it's still coming up.
All right, sure. Okay, so to save my bandwidth, please allow me to turn off my camera so you can be able to hear me clearly. Thank you. Okay, how about now? Can you hear me clearly, and can you be able to see my screen?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So as you can see here, I have already created my chatbot, and I named it as K-12 training. Okay, because once you sign up to a free trial, you will be asked to create your chatbot. Okay, so I have created my chatbot, and I named it as K-12 training, and I selected the language that I would like to use. Okay, so first is let me have a quick discussion on the interface of the Power Virtual Agents. Okay, so as you can see here, on the left pane, we have here the home, where we can see some suggest topics, where we can try for us to be able to learn on how to create a chatbot. Okay, so these are some libraries that we can have. Also, we have here on the home where we can test the chatbot. But if you would like to hide this, you can click on the bottom part on the left pane, the hide bot. Okay, so it will close. Also here on the left pane is where we can see the topics, and it is where we're going to create our topics. Okay, also we have here an entities. Entities, it's more likely a folder that saves a certain data. Okay, for example, this we have a city entity. So all the city names are stored on city entities. And also we have here an analytics, and it is powered by Power BI. And if we would like to publish the chatbot that we have created, we have here on the left pane as well. And if you have to manage your settings, like the skills, the AI capabilities, the channels, as well the agents transfers, we can found it on the manage. Okay, so now let's start and let's proceed on creating our first chatbot. Okay, so our so for our demo or for this laboratory, the prerequisite is we need to install a bot framework composer. Okay, so we need to download our bot framework composer. So on my end, I already downloaded it on my device, but I can send you the link later on if you would like to know where we can download the bot framework composer. Okay, let me paste it. Let me paste the link on the chat box facility. Okay, there you go. It is where we're gonna install or download our chatbot framework. Okay, so we need to create a Power Virtual Agent, and we need to have a bot framework composer. But why? Because the integration of Power Virtual Agents with Microsoft bot framework composer, it enables us to create custom content and add it to Power Virtual Agents. So the custom content that we create in a bot framework is directly embedded and executable from inside Power Virtual Agents, meaning we can extend our bot without needing additional Azure hosting or deployment or billing complexities. Okay, so now that we have our bot framework, we need to create a new topic. Okay, so how are we going to create our new topic? So as you can see, I will click on the left pane, the topics, and on the navigation bar, as you can see on the top, we will click on new topic. Okay, so we're going to name it. So as you can see, we have here the phrases, the trigger phrases, and a message. So first is we need to name our topic. So we're gonna name it as meal delivery option. Okay, option. So next that we have named it, now that we have named our topic, we need to add our trigger phrases. Okay? So trigger phrases teach the bot different ways someone might ask about this topic. Natural language understanding helps identify a topic based on meaning and not on exact words. Okay? For example, here, our first phrase is, what meals can I order? Next is, what meal options do we have? Then what dishes do you deliver? Also, we have here, let's say, entries available for delivery. Okay, so this is the trigger phrases. Okay, so now that we have added it, we need to save on our topic. Okay, so you will see there is an error. Okay, so we can click on save because we don't really need to have a message. Okay, so let's click on save and let's just wait until our bot has been saved. Okay, so it will just take some moment for the bot to save. Okay, so now the bot has been saved. Okay, let me just close this trigger phrases the description for us to be able to have a whole authoring canvas experience. Okay, so now as you can see, there is a message that the topic has been saved. So now is we need to delete this message because we don't need this. Okay, so how we're gonna do it? How we're gonna delete this? As you can see, there is an ellipsis button here. Okay, this is the three dots and we call that ellipsis button. Okay, click on that and then click on delete. Okay, now that we have deleted our blank message node, the next step that we need to add, that we need to do is we need to add a question node. Okay, how we're gonna do, or how we're gonna create or add a question node. So as you can see, under the trigger phrases, you can see this add icon. Okay, which is this is the add node. So we need to click that, and we can select which one do we need. Do we need ask question? Do we need call and action, show a message, redirect to another topic, or end a conversation? All right, so as mentioned a while ago, we need to add a question. Okay, so click on ask question. So now that we have added our question, we need to create a question. Okay, so the question that our bot will be asking to our inquiry is, what city are you in? Okay, from what city are you in? Then we need to set the identify. Okay, we need to set the identify field to city. So there are different options here on the identify. We can have boolean, but the thing that we need here, or the identify that we need, is the city. Okay, now that we have the city, we need now to edit the save response as. Okay, we need to set the name for the save response as to user city. Okay, you need to change the variable, the save response as user underscore city. Okay, now that we have changed the variable properties, we need to click on change as well the usage. Okay, so as you can see, if I by default the usage is on topic limited scope, but of course we'll be creating a bot, so any topic can be accessed. We need to click on a bot, or we need to choose bot any topic can access. Okay, so now that we have created our variable, our topic, the question itself, we're gonna be saving on our bot. So before I proceed on, as you can see, this name already exists. So meaning that the user city already existing. So you can change also a variable. Okay? So if you will ask me, what's the use of variable? So the variable that we will be creating, it will be used in the adaptive card. Okay? So for the variable to be used within the bot framework composer, it must be set with bot scope rather than topic scope. Okay? So let's say series. As you can see, it is okay, it's available. Okay? Now that we have it, again, we need to save on our bot. Okay, now that we have created our topic, we're gonna go more deeper on accessing our bot framework composer. Okay, so I'll be opening my bot framework composer, and let me log in my account. Okay, all right, so let me share again my screen, since I'm just sharing a one screen. Okay, for a while. Let me look for the application. Okay, here is the application of the bot. Okay, can you able to see the bot framework composer? All right. Okay. All right. So here we are now on the bot framework composer. Okay. So we will now enhance the topic by using the bot framework composer. Okay. So it is really important that we will open the bot framework composer from within Power Virtual Agents if you plan to create a content Power Virtual Agent bot. So this will ensure that the composer has already all the necessary plugins needed for the integration with Power Virtual Agents. Okay? So now let's create an adaptive card using a bot framework composer. So first is when the bot framework composer application launches, we will be prompted to sign in. Okay, so I have already signed in my account. Again, the account that you will use here on the bot framework composer is the account that you are using on your Power Virtual Agents. Once we already signed in on our bot framework composer, we will be asked to import the bot to a new project. Okay, and I have already imported it. So as you can see on my home, I have already imported my K-12 training. Okay, so it's already here. Now, we will try on creating a dialogue. Okay, so how are we gonna do it? So click on the on your bot. Okay, there you go. It will load. Okay, so now we have here. So now that we have here on our bot, we will now add a dialogue. Okay, so you will see here the project appear in our composer. Okay, this is the project that we have, the K-12 training. So on the left side of our screen, we need to click on the actions. Okay, so here, we need to click on the more actions. So this is what we call the ellipsis button. And then click on add dialogue. So we'll be asked to create a name for our dialogue. Okay, for example, let's name this as meal. Okay, so we can add some description. Okay, and then after that, click on OK. So now that we have added, you can see here, we have here our meal. Okay, so we already added our dialogue, which name on meal. So now we are under the meal dialogue. We need to click on the bot responses. Okay. So from the left navigation menu, we need to click on the bot responses tab. Okay, so of course with the meal dialogue. Next is we need to click on the show code. Okay, so we are now jumping to a more deeper way on enhancing our chatbot with this bot framework composer. Okay, so now we'll be adding, we'll be entering some JSON